TRRS Friendship Triangle.
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Don't call it a comeback. I have been here for years. Sprinkling Rob with his favorite cheers, like Fall of the Hot Dog, and One Be It Under God. I hope your hand feels better and you won't be further betrayed by your bod.
Two, hello. Two, hello, check. That's synced up remarkably well. Jeez. Marty, thanks for the 32 months resub at tier 2. Thanks for everything you do for me and the community, Marty. It's appreciated. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate you as a person. Thank you for being a part of this this show and this community. And thanks also to Bonbon C3PO for 27 months tier 1. Thank you, Bonbon, as well. Welcome, everyone. Hello, what's going on? What's going on? Look, I don't want to brag here. I don't want to brag here too much, folks, but guess who has 2 thumbs and can almost make a fist? This guy, not quite, but almost. Just the fact that I can do this is like crazy to me. 2 days ago, just doing this movement that I'm doing right now would cause me the most like extreme pain that you can imagine. Just doing this movement, which turns out you need to do when you have a hand. You need to use it to like grab stuff and like do stuff with it. It turns out you need to use this motion quite often. As I found out. Anyway, as you can see, I took the day off yesterday. My kid is not in school right now because they're on strike. He went today to do like an extracurricular activity. I was able to take some time off yesterday anyway to just like rest my hand, which was still quite painful yesterday, but started to go down a little, and then like by last night started to get to a point where it's like, okay, I'm no longer just constantly in pain anymore, which is nice. I think I broke my knuckle a few months ago and still can't fully extend my finger. I never went to the doctor. You probably want to go to the doctor in those cases. And I'm not going to lecture anyone about that because I'm the king of not going to the doctor, okay? Not going to the doctor, that's something that I happen to excel at. I'm very good at not going to the doctor. Yeah, I still need to, it's still not perfect, but I was miserable on Wednesday. Like, I don't know if you could tell during the stream, I could barely even like talk because I'm just like miserable. And then so if Wednesday was like a 10, it was like a 10 out of 10 pain wise. Yesterday it went down to like an 8, which is still pretty bad, but then like finally started to feel better. And then like at night I was finally able to like cook something. I was a little hungry at night. I thought about ordering some delivery, and I was like, no, I think I can actually like wash a few dishes and make something here. And I made some really, really good spam and rice. Holy Lord. I was watching the Steven Soderbergh's Che Part 1, and I wanted to have a little something to eat. And I thought about ordering. I would have spent like $30-40 probably on ordering something at 11:30 p.m. and I ended up making some spam and rice, and it was so good. It was so good. And had the rest today for breakfast. Threw an egg on there as well for breakfast, which is just it's undefeatable. It's like really a solid way to start your day. Check it out. I've switched it up today. I don't think this. I've got a beverage right now that I don't think I have ever had. I've drank a lot of beverages on this show. I don't think I've ever drank this. It's a tiny little Diet Pepsi. It's one of these tiny little Diet Pepsis. I haven't been able to go to the grocery store. I drink water. Michelle. I drink water, okay? I haven't been able to really go to the grocery store, but yesterday I went to the dollar store because I was with my son. I was taking care of him yesterday, and went to the dollar store to get him a new like book to draw in because he's always drawing comic books, and like he fills up entire books full of those. So got him a new book to draw in, and I kind of just didn't want to stop at a bunch of places and was still in pain, so just got some dollar store stuff. And all I had was these tiny little cans of Diet Pepsi. It looks like I'm huge. Imagine if I was just huge, and this is a regular sized can. Imagine if I was like 8 feet tall, and this is just a totally normal can of Pepsi. I'm imagining it. I don't know. That's all. That's the end. That's the end. Anyway, chin chin. As you know, Diet Pepsi is not my go-to. It's not my go-to, but I'm not like one of these... I don't have super brand loyalty. I prefer Diet Coke, definitely. I prefer Diet Coke or Coke Zero Cherry or whatever the other variations are. But sometimes I like a little Diet Pepsi. I don't know. It's not my favorite, but I like it. It's like a little treat. It's like a nice little treat. Those are $1 now. It was actually... It was a little 6-pack of these tiny Pepsis for $3. So even less, actually. It's even less. That's Bidenomics for you. Oh. I like those tiny cans because I never want to drink more than that. It goes warm and flat too fast for me. Or I share a regular sized can with my BF. That sounds nice. I did have 2 lined up. I lined up 2 because I wasn't sure, just caffeine wise. I wasn't sure if just caffeine wise one of them was going to cut it. Would you like to see my Spam and rice? I posted a picture of it on Blue Sky. I was pretty happy with this for a... Excuse me. Like a 11:30 midnight meal that I just made up rather than ordering. Oh, that's not what I want. There it is. That's what I made last night. Really good. Oh my god. I never realized that Spam was like such a versatile thing that was actually like could make some really good stuff with. I usually go with Diet Wild Cherry Pepsi if I'm going Diet Pepsi. That is good. Yeah, that's good. Do it's weird? I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but like the flavored Diet Pepsis, I think, are better than the flavored Diet Cokes, but the flavored Coke Zero is good. Somebody likes sesame seeds like Hamas does. I actually didn't even... That was a last-minute addition. I was like, oh yeah, I got a little package of sesame seeds that I didn't use. I'll throw those on there as well to make it a little extra fancy. Do you use some kind of sauce? Yes, so you cut the Spam into cubes. I used to eat Spam straight from the tin. I don't know if I would do that. I mean, maybe. I don't judge. You know, it's fine. It's got a kind of a interesting kind of spicy... Not spicy, but it's... Whatever. You know, it's got something in there. Spiced ham. I mean, that's what it's called. Spam. But yeah, so I just made some oil in the pan. You cut it into cubes. You throw the cubes into the oil. And then you give it a little splash of maple syrup and a splash of soy sauce. Little soy maple glaze. Like 1 part each. depending on how much sauce you want. And you make sure you brown it. You make sure you brown it. And it develops this kind of like maple. With tofu would be really good too, honestly. Like I was actually thinking that, just looking at this picture, like you could probably do the exact same thing with tofu and get a similar result. It would probably be very good. Anyway, so it develops this little coating though. It develops this like sugary, syrupy coating. And it's kind of got a crunch on the outside. You mix it with the rice and some green onion. Oh, also added some garlic. Added some garlic to the Spam. And some lao gan ma as well. Some chili crisp as well. And then mixed all that up. Really, really flavorful. Umami, I think is the word. Really, really good. That was like a really good midnight snack for me. And I watched, the egg is mandatory. I did have the egg today. I didn't have it last night. I didn't feel like going up to that extra level last night, but I reheated it for breakfast and I had the egg today. Bourgeois Spam. I mean, that's the thing. Spam is like, a can of it is like $4 or $5. Like, what is the full cost of that meal altogether? You know, maybe $5 if you include the rice and the green onion that you use. Turn it into 2 different meals. It's good, and it's a bargain. Would like to try to do it with some tofu as well, though. I think that would be very good also. So today, folks, I'm talking about the 2 Michaels. We went a little bit and we talked about the update of the 2 Michaels on Monday, I believe. But today, we've got Canada's foremost expert. We've got Canada's foremost expert of our 2 precious boys, Jesse HAWKEN, is going to come on the show in just about an hour, a little less than an hour, is going to come on the show to talk about the latest chapter in the 2 Michaels saga. So really looking forward to that. He's a real Michaelologist, that's true, yeah. Absolutely. When a lot of people in our media, and I'll mention this before, so I don't have to get too into it now, but a lot of people in our media wanted to turn their backs on the 2 Michaels. And Jesse is someone that never forgot. He never forgot, and he never allowed anyone to move on from this. From the rhythm to the sea, all our Michaels will be free. That's nice. That's good. So what else? I finally watched the Steven Soderbergh Che movie last night, which I've been meaning to watch for a long time and just never got around to it. I even watched the whole thing in one sitting, which is impressive for me. And I loved it. I mean, that's probably not a surprise. I don't know if I would love it if I wasn't like fascinated with the history and learning about the Cuban Revolution and Che and Fidel and all that. If I was just going into it blind, knowing nothing about the history or the ideology, would I find it as interesting or as cool to watch? But I loved it though. Was that the part? Yeah, that was the part 1. Part 2 is when he's in Bolivia. Part 1 is just about the Cuban Revolution. Fantastic. Honestly, it looks fantastic. Amazing performances. Benicio del Toro is great, but like the guy they got for Fidel is so great too. And man, after spending so many years kind of talking about Cuba and talking about he does right by the commandant. That's right, he does. After talking about it so much and like the literacy programs, the Parenti speech, you know. Do you like Fidel? See, with all of our souls. With all of our souls. You know? Why? And you see why in this movie. And it makes it quite easy to understand why people supported the Cuban Revolution, why people in Cuba loved Fidel and Che Guevara. Like, because it focuses so much on, like, the times when Fidel is off, like, fighting the army wherever, and you see Che with the campesinos, you know, hanging out with them, opening up a little clinic in the village, encouraging people to learn to read and write, setting up schools. I heard Destiny hates those movies. Well, that's because Che and Fidel correctly put his grandfather in a blender. He lost his sugar plantation and his slaves, and you know, I think that's a good thing that happened, and I support it. But it's just cool. It's like you see, you know, these poor people living in like total poverty, who are not able to get an education, are not able to see a doctor. All of a sudden, you have people that are like coming into their village and like trying to see like how are you doing? What do you need here? You see echoes of that in the Belt and Road Initiative in China and the poverty alleviation program. That's a big part of what that poverty alleviation program was. Just like sending people, representatives of the party, out into these rural areas, and you just go into the villages and these places and get to know people that are there. Get to know their stories and the things that they need. What do you need? Do you need the roof on your place patched up? Do you need transport to be able to get a better job? You know? Do you need to go to school? Do you need to be able to get an education? What do you need? And we're going to help you get to where you need to be. Like, that's a big part of it. It's not actually that complicated, you know? Globocop, it's the movie Che, by Steven Soderbergh with Benicio del Toro. I saw a cursed clip of XQC comparing Gusano to the F word. The whole thing about saying Gusano being a slur or whatever, it's not a slur, because it's a political word. It's to describe people with a certain political ideology. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with culture. It's about politics. It's about ideology. Not accepting or asking for help is a big thing in the US. Oh, for sure. Like, yeah. If you're in poverty, like, no, you can never get help. You get shamed for like wanting or needing help. Did you have to rent or buy, or was this on a Canadian streaming service? I actually watched it on Plex. On a Plex server that I'm connected to. Cuban also isn't an ethnicity either. It's true. Yeah. But it's really cool, honestly. Like, if you love the history as I do, if you love learning about that classic Parenti speech about, you know, literacy programs and clinics. Over there up in that hill, we got a clinic. Anyone that needs to see a doctor can go see a doctor. You know, post-revolution, if you're going to be a doctor, you go into the country. 2 years, you're going to serve people in the country. And you see it in this movie. You see the origins of that, and it's so cool. And you see them going from having nothing at all and just making these inroads in these villages, and the movement's growing each time. You know, they're bringing in more recruits, and then they're taking bigger towns. And then the more you take bigger towns, you start having a bit of an income base. You have like infrastructure. You're bringing more people into the fold, and you see it kind of slowly snowball until they're like, they're being greeted like heroes in Santa Clara at the end, and just marching onto Havana, ready to just take over the whole country. And there's this sense of like excitement and optimism. It's so cool. Do you know what it means to read? You know what it means to be able not to read? But that's it. You really see that in this movie, and it's really cool. Would I like it to the same extent if I didn't love the history and know the history already? I don't know, but I loved it though. This season of The Voice, as a young Cuban American contestant whose parents risked everything to escape communism. I'm sure it does suck. My favorite scene is when Che takes the rocket launcher from a young revolutionary who misses twice and makes a perfect shot. Yeah, that's sick. There is some cool, like, actual, like, action scenes, like, showing the actual Revolutionary War. But it's probably 10 minutes of screen time. And the rest is him just, like, having asthma, walking around the jungle, having doctor's appointments, you know. And I love it. Let me some anti-communism in my singing contest show. I'm sure they don't mention that the root cause of a lot of the poverty in Cuba is the fact that they're blockaded for the last 80 years. When you understand that history too, you just realize how fucking petty it is of the U.S. just to refuse for decades to not let up that embargo. Just because they overthrew their man, you know? Just because they overthrew their perfect little, you know, backwater, mafia-run hotel, casino, prostitution haven. And these people had the audacity to overthrow that and try to nationalize their resources and take the profits for their resources for the people on the island and make sure that people could get an education and see a doctor. And just for that, America says no for 70 years. Refuses to lift the embargo, refuses to ever budge, even a fucking inch. Yeah, we've watched the shitty sitcom when he gets offended with the Che shirt. He banned music. I've seen the clip of Joe Rogan as well. Someone's talking about Che Guevara. Joe Rogan's he's a mass murderer. And he's in front of a big American flag. This guy's a mass murderer. And these kids are wearing his pictures on their t-shirts. And it's cool, actually, the one scene in the movie, and it's all interspersed with like modern, like speeches at the UN that he did in the 60s, which is really cool, and interviews that he did. And it's amazing. It's the one time that they show him like carrying out a assassination, basically, is when two people that are supposed to be in their crew kind of go rogue, and they go steal a bunch of money from the villagers and like rape one of these villagers' daughters in the name of doing the revolution. And Che's just like, death penalty, immediate death penalty. And it's like, you're right. He correctly understands that it's like, you can't, this revolution, it has to have like an ideology. It's not just about walking around with guns. And if you create a situation where the villagers and the campesinos think that you're no better than the fucking barbarians who are running the country, they're not going to support you. It's like, what are we doing this here for? Like when the authoritarian tells that guy to do his reading homework. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. It's actually a really great moment. Yeah. He's like, take out your notebook then. He's like, come on, Dante, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And he just stares at him. He just glares at him for like 15 seconds. The guy's like, okay, I'm sorry. And he gets out his book. Hey, Red Scary. Oh, I really liked it. I'm looking forward to watching the second one. I don't know if I'll watch it tonight, but I'm going to watch it soon, though. Preparing to cry. Yeah, do your multiplication tables. I don't care. Well, I thought it was really relevant. In fact, I wish I had I should have screen capped this.
You could look at any.
I should have screen capped or recorded this moment, but there's a really pertinent part that's really about any revolutionary struggle. but you can really apply to what's happening in Palestine right now, where he's talking about it doesn't matter if you're how outnumbered you are. You know, they don't want to fight. If you want to fight and you believe in it, if you believe in what you're doing, really believe in it, you will always win. You'll always triumph over this army, no matter how much more people they have or how much better arms they have. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be fighting. They don't belong there. And you'll always win. I thought that was really cool.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling.
It's very compelling to me, too.
That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains. The people, very poor they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he said, sí, with all our souls. I remember his gesture, with all our souls. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill...
Yeah, ropes into Eden, that's a good point. I mean, this part comes from the Q&A part of this speech. Like, this speech is fantastic, but that we all remember, but like this most legendary part just comes from a Q&A when he's just kind of going off the top of his head.
It would take 20 people to
This
carry
changed
that
my life
person,
listening to this.
because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. He said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. I said, to my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working class Italian. And he opens the book and he starts looking through it.
The illiteracy will stop.
Very misty-eyed. And I thought it's because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looks up to me and says, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad. Neither can the students. I mean, that's not something... I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it. You know, it's a very complicated book, an academic book. He says, yeah, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
Hell yeah. Pops me every time. Yeah, the whole thing about prostitution, Kira V, as well. It's like, I think it's important to talk about, like, like what he's referring to in Batista era Cuba, where women are trafficked and abused and exploited and are forced into that lifestyle, you know, or like what we saw after the fall of the Soviet Union. It just leads to this rise of gangsterism and trafficking and exploitation, and women are often victims of that kind of violence and are forced into that situation. It's like in Gaza, by the way, in the sense that Cubans were dehumanized, many well-educated Gabons despite their plight. Yeah, absolutely. And like Carrier was saying, like American soldiers wanted to go and the Vietnamese were home. It's the same thing with Gaza as well. Like these IDF guys might, or women might delude themselves into thinking that like they have some ancestral claim to this land, but they know deep down that they're not from there. They know deep down that this is not their home. You know, they're from like Brooklyn, they're from Pittsburgh, they're from Minnesota, they're from Calgary, they're from wherever. And when you're fighting people that like that is their home, they're defending their home from you, you'll always lose. Yeah, Studio Ghibli. This is a really good one as well. We're not going to get into the whole Parenti rabbit hole though right now. Anyway, I really did enjoy Che, Part 1, the Steven Soderbergh film, which I have neglected to watch all these years, and I really did love it, especially knowing that history that we talk about so much. And we're 22 minutes away from hearing from Jesse HAWKEN. We're going to talk about the Two Michaels saga. Hello, Emperor's New Clothes. Canada's foremost Michael expert. It's true, yeah. Scheduling Jesse chat at the same time as my hour-long meeting. You did this on purpose. I did do it on purpose, Netlocked. I took a look at your schedule, and I wanted to make sure that I scheduled that for the exact time that you couldn't look at it. But, as you know, folks, I have brought back the podcast. I brought back the 49th Parallel podcast. So the upcoming interview with Jesse, I will turn it into an episode of that if you miss it and you want to listen to it at a later date. It's back. It's back, Marty. I did my episode, my talk with Justin Potter and John Elmer the other day, and I turned it into episode 101. I did see the halal cart harasser guy was arrested on hate crimes charges. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. It wasn't. Oddly enough, he didn't have the smug, shit-eating grin when he was being perp-walked away. And people were saying as well, like, well, this is like a little too far. Like, he's being an asshole, but like, should he be arrested? But he was threatening to use his connections to like have the man's parents' fingernails pulled out by the Egyptian secret police. Like, that's going. And first of all, you're also repeatedly going back to the same location to harass someone and stalk someone, and you're literally threatening their family with violence as well, and framing it all in this racist, Islamophobic way. So, unfortunately for Stewart, I mentioned this on the podcast, but like, he might have thought that maybe he had some kind of protection from like the state, you know? He thinks because of the power imbalance, he's some kind of like big shot advisor, former State Department advisor guy, and he's just some worker in a halal cart. Sure, I'm gonna have the power imbalance that I can just do this. I can just go and say this, but Stewart, unfortunately, you're not quite at the level that you need to be to get away with something like that. Unfortunately for that guy, he's not quite a big shot enough to get away with that kind of harassment. And now he's going to be made an example of. And I got to say, I don't feel too bad about it. Did you see him blaming the halal worker? I mean, I saw him saying like, well, you know, I don't think I'm Islamophobic. The funniest thing that the guy said, though, in the statement was, he was like, you know, in the heat of the moment, I might have said some things, but like, no, sir, it's not the heat of the moment. It's not the heat of the moment when you return to the same person multiple times over the course of multiple days and repeatedly like harass them based on their religion and threaten to have their parents murdered by the Egyptian secret police and talk about how you think murdering thousands of children is good. It's a good thing. That's the amazing thing. He's like, you're a bad person. You support Hamas killing kids. Exact same sentence. And I think we should kill even more kids in Gaza. In the exact same sentence. No cognitive dissonance whatsoever for this guy. In the heat of the moment when I said we should have killed more children, whom amongst us? That's right. He was just having a rough one. Yeah, I saw Grey Zone put out a video of him harassing Russian people as well. Jewish dudes like him in NYC ain't that rare. Well, in NYC, but like also in the whole infrastructure of the sort of United States diplomacy and foreign policy establishment. I think one heartwarming thing that I saw actually was that after these clips went viral, people were just descending on this halal cart in huge numbers. Many Jewish people as well. So, again, I wouldn't want to paint anyone with that kind of lens. Like in my understanding of what's been going on in the last week or so since those clips went viral, you got many people now descending to support the guy, and like that's one cool thing about New York City, you know, is that you can kind of have things like that. You're descending on it in a good way to support the guy's business and to purchase food. Like I was saying, I wish we had halal carts in Montreal. I love those carts. You get the chicken over rice with the yellow rice. What is that, saffron? Is that saffron on there? What is that? Love that. You get the garlicky sauce. Turmeric. Lamb over rice is better. And you can get that kind of food here. Like you can get in my neighborhood that I live in, you can get that kind of food, but like it's funny, I like it from the cart though. I like getting it from a cart. I like it like that. Thank you, Dr. Maggot. Thank you for turning on Twitch notifications. I appreciate that. I also got a new phone. That's exciting. I got a new phone. I got my Pixel 7 finally. I finally upgraded. I didn't get a Huawei. No, I got a Pixel 7. Thinking about upgrading to a 7. I really like it. I like it a lot. Are you even a communist? I would like to get a Huawei. I would be happy to. I like the camera a lot so far. The low light version is really cool. Like there was a low light setting on my other phone, which is Pixel 2, which I've had for many years. But the low light camera is like really good. 49th Parallel returns. New phone, spam rice. More and more people are saying it. TRRS rising. They are saying it. It's true. Why does your CIA handler insist on Pixel? Well, because of that's the only way I can get access to Google services. You know what else I did that's cool as well? I'm upgrading the lighting situation that I got here. So I got some of those like behind the TV strips. LED lights like behind the TV. So you turn on your TV, it has this like really satisfying kind of glowy thing. It's so cool. It's really upgraded the lighting and the vibes over here with my TV lights. Do you want to see? I really like it actually. Like here was watching Che last night. Is that cool? I've always wondered what those things might be really useful for above. Really cool. And I think it's supposed to make it easier on the eyes. I don't think it makes it easier on the eyes. I just think it looks cool. I put one in my room as well. Look at this unassailable vibe in my room. It's like I'm in the future, man. I honestly love it. Dead Runner 2049. I really love it, honestly. It's so cool. In his dorm room era, it's way cooler than a dorm room, okay? It's way cooler than that. So Jesse HAWKEN's coming on in just 10 minutes. I'll just remind folks before we start talking with Jesse that if anyone wants to subscribe and support the show, you can do so by subscribing, obviously, for $5 a month, totally free with an Amazon Prime account. You can also give bits or tips or subscribe on Patreon. There's a number of ways you can support the work that I do. If you enjoy the show, if you enjoy tuning in and being part of this community every day, please, if you can, subscribe. As you know, I must make the little number go up every day. We're going to do an interview in 10 minutes, so just throwing that out there before that starts. Subscribe to pay for my TV lights. The TV lights are quite cheap. I think it was like $10 each or something like that. Like it's very cheap. The Prophet Rob's opulent lifestyle. That's right. Where I'm.
You can count on me. You're gonna.
Where
have
I'm
a good
eating
old
spam and
grog
rice
to,
and a bunch of
talk you through all
bisexual
this.
lighting. I think I need to get some better lighting behind me here. I think I need to. I've still never quite figured out the. I've never quite figured out the the lighting situation here. I'm wondering if I need some lighting like on the shelf. Like, do you think I need some like strips like on the shelf? What do you think? Ben Bang Boom, thanks for the gifted sub. You think it looks good? But the thing is, when it gets to be later at night, it gets to be later and when the sun goes down, and then the shelf gets very dark. Full floodlight directly behind you. Well, that could be good too. You may have to work with the frequency of the lights in the camera. It will flicker back. I've been getting a lot of flickering. I've been getting a whole lot of flickering lately. The more of a shrine with candles, that'd be good too. It's frustrating because I have a good camera. I got a couple of key lights here. I got a backlight, but I've never been able to figure out the settings to make it look as good as I want it to look. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I'm just being paranoid, but I just don't know. Your Soros bucks went to good use on this setup. That's right. I might need to get some bigger lights here. Like I got a light up here on one monitor. And then I got a ring light there. I might need to get two like big boys. I'm gonna get two big boys out there. Get a torch in the wall sconce. Dungeon style is going to be hot in 2024. Get one of those smokeless torches. What brand of light do you have, Rob? What's the best bisexual mood lighting out there? I don't know. Like the one behind me is just a little like desk lamp with just a bulb. I can't even remember the name of the... Is it Silvani? I don't know. Something like that. I'm not sure. I want more lame lights for my apartment. Yeah, I think it's Sylvania, the bulb behind you, but it's just like a bulb that has a Wi-Fi connectivity and different colors. Like there's no shortage of those that you can find. Soy Vanya, there we go. Oh my goodness, Jesse. I'm just firing up Zoom right now, Jesse, and I'm going to send you a link. If you're going to pull setup blackout blinds, the first step is natural light. What the fuck with the balance? This is the issue, Dave. It's like, I know if I was in like a stream dungeon, it would be better if I had no natural light. I know that would be better, but it's like, then it's like, this is like, I like having natural light. If I'm in a stream dungeon all day with everything blocked out, it's not going to be good. It will probably be better looking. It is not going to be good for my like life. I don't want to live in a stream dungeon, you know? And stay in my stream dungeon like 4 or 5 hours a day. I like my natural light. One who reads, you like the stream dungeon? Okay, let me just get this set up here. I'm going to send Jesse HAWKEN. Send a link via Twitch chat. Somehow I don't think that would be such a great idea. I just do not think that would be such a great idea. I just don't know if I trust people in this chat with that kind of responsibility. Okay, that's sent. Wait for Jesse to come on. I'm going to turn off the alerts in case anyone was planning on subscribing to the show. I'm sure a number of people were, but I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. I'm sorry. Okay. Here we go. Here's Jesse HAWKEN. Hello, Jesse.
Hi, Rob. How are you?
I'm doing very well. What's up? Thanks for joining the show.
Is there video?
Yes, you're on video.
Beautiful.
My video is being used for the stream, but you're on.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me on.
Well, it's my pleasure because, there's no shortage of people that I could have invited to talk about our two boys, our two precious boys. But I really thought there's only one answer. Who's the one person that I can really bring on to weigh in on this? And because I got to hand it to you, Jesse. There's been a lot of people in this country, both in our media class and our political class, that have wanted to move on from this. They thought it was important. They told us how important it was to focus on our brave boys, the two Michaels, and then conveniently they lose sight of it as soon as it's out of the news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And you have not allowed that to happen. You have refused to ever allow anyone a moment's respite from remembering the Michaels, thinking about them, talking about them, asking about them, wondering how they are. And I respect that. I think that's fantastic.
I have two flames burning at all times. One flame is called Michael, and the other flame is also called Michael. And I've been burning those flames for this entire time.
Yeah. Well, me too.
When people go on Twitter to talk about our two Michaels, sometimes they put quotations around that. And I feel that my job is to tone police people and to make sure that they don't need, because putting quotes around two Michaels suggests that they're not really the two Michaels. It's like, so I will often call people out.
I know sometimes when people are not being reverent enough or respectful enough, often you're going to be the first person to call them in and hold them accountable for that. And I think that's fantastic.
And, I've been resolute. This has been a very, very difficult week for the Michaels fans out there.
Yeah.
Because last weekend, there was some newspaper story. This is presuming that you believe in the fake news media in the first place.
Yeah.
But the Saturday Star had a top story about how one of our Michaels has turned on the Canadian government and by extension, the other Michael.
Yeah, it is a tough week. It's been a very tough week for the Michael community. Michael Nation is in shambles. Before we really get into this latest chapter in the Michael saga, I do have to ask you, what is it about this story that has captivated you? And it's captivated me and us as well, but it's what is it about this, I think, that has made you want to continue to focus on this and continue talking about it? There's a lot of interesting things about it to me. It says really a lot about how our media operates in Canada. It says a lot about how our ruling class thinks and operates. What is it about it that made you into such a Michael head?
Well, I mean, Canada is a very corny country. That's the first thing that you have to understand if you're within Canada and without and outside of Canada, is that we get really, really upset about things, but then we say things that are very corny that sort of give away how corny our nation is. Like the ultimate example is like when Preston Manning would get really, really angry about the Chrétien government. He would constantly talk about the $1 billion boondoggle. And Canadians would get really, really angry, but then they'd use the word boondoggle to describe how angry they are, which is a, on its face, silly word. But yeah. we have no sense of humor about that sort of stuff. So, of course, I was thrilled that suddenly this huge sentimental wave of opposition to China started building around the two Michaels, which they constantly called the boys. And I basically took that ball and ran with it. I'm the biggest booster of the two Michaels. There's nobody more patriotic than me when it comes to bringing our Michaels home. And I've been warning a lot of Canadians, especially Canadians named Michael, that there's one country in the world where you are, taking your life in your own hands if you set foot
You're at risk
in the country. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that China took two of our Michaels. What do they say that, when one thing happens, it's a coincidence, but when two things happens, it's a conspiracy?
Yeah.
So it just so happens that of all the Canadians in this country in China, they kidnapped the two who are named Michael. Think about it.
A lot to think about there. Yeah. To me, it's just, it's been such an indictment of because we have a really ridiculous media class, like you're talking about. And it's been a real indictment of our media class. Like that's, I think, why it became kind of a joke and a meme for me, talking about the two beautiful boys, the precious, brave boys, and this kind of stuff. Because that's how like our media has talked about these two like adult men, the two, and given them the name, the two Michaels. I was really laughing and reminiscing about that Globe and Mail thing from a year or two ago. And they said the letter writing campaign for all the people to support the two Michaels. And they had little cards that said, attention, the two Michaels. And the way that our media would talk about these two adult men as if they were like little boys that fell down a well, and then we were trying to, our brave boys, they're trapped, and we just need to hold it together for them until we rescue them. And it's so funny.
Well, we had a best-selling nonfiction book in this country that was called The Two Michaels, Innocent Canadian Captives and High-Stakes Espionage in the U.S.-China Cyber War. So if you walked into Indigo or whatever, you'd see on the bestsellers list, The Two Michaels, a book, which has a blurb that says it's a gripping human drama by Madeleine Albright. The blurb on this is that it's a highly readable book. That's what you want when you buy a book. You want to make sure that it's readable. It
should be readable, yeah.
I mean, the long and the short of it is that the way that it was portrayed in this country was that our two beautiful, innocent boys, both named Michael, one of whom had was a former diplomat who was now freelancing, doing stuff for like a think tank. And then the other Michael,
like a crisis management group or something.
Yeah. Global Solutions Incorporated kind of name, and then the other Michael was Michael Spavor, who was an entrepreneur who was running a very profitable tourism business into North Korea. And one of the things that's so strange about the two Michaels saga was that when people would point out that perhaps China grabbed these two guys because indeed they were spies, and one of them is one of the few Westerners to have multiple photos of himself with Kim Jong-un, and then they both get kidnapped by China. They wanted you in this country to believe that they were purely innocent. Like their only crime was to be named Michael.
Yes.
And anybody on, especially on the loony left, who said that perhaps they were engaging in espionage, because why else would they grab these two guys, that they were being paranoid by saying this. And they also equated the kidnapping of the telecom executive Meng Wanzhou, that she was kidnapped from a flight from Hong Kong to Vancouver, and then she was arrested and put under house arrest. And everyone said that this was some tit for tat, that the Michaels were kidnapped because Meng Wanzhou was kidnapped. So then it was this high stakes, prisoner exchange that played out throughout the 2019 election. Was it 2019 or 2021 with Aaron O'Toole? It's all blurring together for me now.
Yeah, me too. The most recent, I think it really picked up steam in like 2020, 2021, I think is when it was. But it was during the Trump administration that this started. I think this is worth pointing out because like we have this very like elite liberal media class who are very anti-Trump and very like we're horrified by his uncouthness and his like lack of civility, decorum, and all these things. I think it's really worth framing this story that the whole, like you're talking about the genesis of it, the arrest of Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou, that was done because that was our government doing, like, acting at the behest of the Trump era United States State Department, who basically, in this very cynical ploy to drive a wedge diplomatically between China and Canada, and to kind of like leverage that in a way and to increase the like to further isolate them diplomatically, insisted that we arrest Meng Wanzhou for being in violation of this sanctions regime, which they had arbitrarily put back into place against Iran. So Iran and the United States had negotiated and signed a deal to get sanctions relief under Obama. It was one of the signature foreign policy accomplishments of the Obama administration. Trump just immediately just throws that in the garbage with no real reason or just because like we don't want to do it anymore. So that's the setting that led to these sanctions being put back into place. The Trump administration basically just demands that we arrest Meng Wanzhou, the Huawei executive, because of being in violation of these sanctions, which then leads to this response from China where they say, okay, well, we're gonna snatch up two of your guys then. And you mentioned, like, I think it's Kovrig is the diplomat working for Global Solutions Incorporated. It's just the most spy ass name for like a think tank you could possibly imagine. But that's how all this started. And we have this media class that, despite their opposition to Trump, has never once questioned any of this, never once questioned the reasoning for why we got involved in it. They never once asked any basic questions about who these guys were or had cast any aspersions whatsoever, any doubt. As you point out, it was been 100% this total narrative. They're the two precious, innocent boys. They got kidnapped for no other reason, just because they're being discriminated against for being named Michael. And we got to bring them home, never asking any questions, never once questioning like the actual like power dynamics at play there about why this is happening. Completely just totally subservient to like the ruling class masters and what they're saying. And that's what I mean when I say it's been a total indictment of our media, because none of these questions were ever asked. This narrative was never questioned. And this idea that like this was just purely this one-sided kidnapping, that's our entire press across the ideological spectrum basically was united in promoting this narrative for multiple years. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm looking at the blurbs about this Two Michaels best-selling book that came out in Canada. And let me just read you something really quickly. So they said that the U.S., this is from one of the contributors to the book, the founder and CEO of Hermitage Capital Management and the author of the New York Times bestseller Red Notice. This is his description of the situation. He said, 9 days later after the Meng arrest, in an act of retaliation, China arrested two Canadians, Michael Spavor, an entrepreneur, and Michael Kovrig, a peace advocate, charging them with spying. Imprisoned and interrogated, the two Michaels became hostages in a tense showdown between China and the United States over the Meng extradition, but also whether East or West would control the future of the internet. I don't know how connected the two Michaels are to the future of the internet. It was the future of my replies on Twitter whenever I would talk about the Michaels and people would start yelling at me. Or if Michaels fans would get upset with me if I took their allegations and expanded them to get them to like really drill down what the real problem is here. And you know it as well as I do that this is all happening because they have prejudice against Michaels in China. We don't understand what it is exactly that makes them so angry. But, you know, it's not a coincidence to me that they grabbed two Canadians named Michael. And in the, I guess it was the 2021 federal election, I was cracking up watching one of the debates, and Aaron O'Toole kept mentioning the two Michaels all the time in the debate. And kept asking Trudeau, when are you going to bring our Michaels home and stuff? Like, Canadians also have this sort of possessive nature when we talk about the Michaels. They're our Michaels. They're not just the two Michaels. They're our Michaels, and bring our boys home. They're, you know, what this all boils down to ultimately for me in Canada is this xenophobia that Canada is really, really mad at China, and conservatives. One of the reasons why they're really mad at China, beyond stealing our Michaels, is that COVID came from one of their either their wet markets or one of their bioweapons labs. So it was all China's fault. And that Trudeau is a stooge of President Xi, and he's a Marxist puppet. And, you know, so their logic didn't really add up. Like, well, if Trudeau is a puppet of the Xi regime, then why did they steal our Michaels? Like, why did they need to?
It's true. That's a good, and one of the many questions that were not asked by the people that were promoting this narrative. And I think that's important to point out as well. It's something that I noticed also, because like for like dumb, you know, shitheads online, it was clear, like we were just saying like years ago, perhaps the reason that they were arrested was because they were indeed spies, and that's the reason. And like that, no one in our media class was ever really asking that question. But they would also pretend that we don't really need to know too much about this whole story. Well, this is what I mean. There would be a distinct lack of sort of like full denial, both from the government and people in the media. Like, we don't want to ask too many questions. We want to suggest that they're two beautiful, innocent boys, but also we don't want to explore too much and talk too much about what they're up to, or like we don't want to flat out deny also that there was any spying going on. I thought that was actually an interesting angle as well, that they kind of, there was this kind of like fine line that they walked where they would treat them like they're innocent, sweet boys, but also never really flat out say they were not spying. They're completely innocent, you know, or sometimes we would go to that conclusion. We jumped to that conclusion, some of our commentators, but in terms of like what the government was saying, they would never quite flat out denounce these allegations.
And they would also expect full transparency from the Canadian government. But I have a feeling that a lot of the people that were upset that Trudeau was being less than honest about the two Michaels, that they'd also get angry if they said, okay, well, maybe they were spies. You know, like that's actually more transparent. The other thing that I noticed a lot in media was that there was always the same stock photo of the two Michaels, and the picture of Michael's Spavor that they always shared was a cropped photo of him standing next to Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Which they never used, and they didn't talk about the fact that, like, isn't it interesting that this guy is so close to the leader of this dictatorship? Like, there are very few photos of Westerners hanging around with Kim Jong-un, and there are several photos of this guy hanging around with him.
Yeah. I wish it were me, frankly. No, but I mean,
I think Spavor also, not to interrupt you, but Spavor was also connected to the Dennis Rodman photo.
Yeah, he helped bring the worm over to DPRK. That's right.
So, you know, like, I think it's a fair question, like what was going on with the Michaels. I don't mean that to be me being down on the Michaels, because I'm so pro Michael that if they were spying, that's fine.
I'm sure they had good reason. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're just trying to do their thing. My name isn't Michael. I don't have any Michaels in my family, so I can't really judge what Michaels do in their free time.
Right. That's true. And it would be not very sensitive to do that. But so I cut you off earlier when you mentioned like the latest wrinkle in this case, the latest chapter, which is that now, and it's devastating. It's devastating for people in the Michaels community, as we alluded to before. We're seeing this Michael on Michael animosity now. They used to be totally united. We used to think of them as one person, basically, or two halves of the same person. And now we're seeing this growing rift as the two Michaels are being torn apart. So I'm just going to try not to mix up the names. So it's Spavor was the DPRK tourism guy who is with Kim Jong-un, has now sued Kovrig and suggested this guy is the reason I got caught up in this whole thing. I wasn't spying. I gave him some information, and then Kovrig passed that information on to the kind of Five Eyes intelligence apparatus. That's how I got pulled into this whole thing. Mm-hmm. So in this lawsuit, you've got Spavor basically suggesting or outright saying that Kovrig was doing spying, and that it's not that he was going along with it, but he was maybe being cultivated as some kind of asset. And that's how he got pulled into the whole situation. So it's exciting. It's upsetting. What has been your thoughts the last week as this bombshell story has exploded across our media landscape?
Well, first of all, you always have to question the source when it comes to these things. Like, how do I know that the two Michaels are fighting? Because the Globe and Mail told me so. The mop and pail, as I call it, it's like this. Since when are we supposed to take anything that the mainstream media says at face value? So my first question is, why does the press in this country want us to think that our Michaels aren't getting along? It's like they're trying to sow division between ordinary, average, everyday Canadians, thousands of which, by the way, are named Michael or Michelle, depending on what part of the country we're talking about. So my first point is that a Michael divided against itself cannot stand. And for the press to be trying to get us to choose which Michael we like better or which Michael do we believe, this is a false premise to me. The two Michaels are, right, as far as I'm concerned, one entity. And until one of the Michaels in this story tells me to my face that they're suing the other Michael, I'm not going to just take what I read at face value.
Well, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, though, that this story that there is some truth to it in the Globe and Mail. I think the really fascinating thing about that is that it does basically serve as a confirmation, if true, that China is actually being totally honest when they were saying repeatedly these people were arrested because of for participating in espionage. Mm-hmm. And we had this whole media class, like I was talking about, fully 100% on board with denying that, with accusing them of just arbitrarily targeting people. And it's been fascinating, I think, to see a lot of the journalists and analysts and commentators that talked about our brave boys now with this new chapter of the story kind of refusing to kind of show any sort of introspection or ask themselves any critical questions about their coverage. You have people like Andrew Coyne just being like, holy shit. And that's his only comment about the whole thing, who was one of the main kind of cheerleaders for this, like, this hostile stance that we've been increasingly hostile stance towards China that we've been taking. And he was also very,
and Coyne was one of those guys who really pushed back at anybody who thought that perhaps China arrested these people because they were involved in espionage.
Yeah. A lot of, like, that's what our whole journalism class in this country was united in promoting, this kind of very simplistic narrative about this. But that's interesting, isn't it? Like that this lawsuit, if true, does seem to confirm a lot of the things that were being said. And it's very interesting, and I think really telling about our media class that there hasn't been any sort of, like, introspection. There's almost a sense of denialism. They're almost kind of like, whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I think you saw Melanie Joly out there saying, like, we don't want to, kind of accusing one of the Michaels of doing Chinese propaganda or something like that, Well, it's been amazing seeing them try to orient themselves and trying to come up with some kind of a ideological stance when they've so firmly, like, shown themselves to be part of a camp that's been promoting a very specific narrative about this.
Well, it's always funny to see the pundit class suddenly going, damn, that's wild, when news stories about how wrong they've been for the last 2 years are published. They don't say, well, I guess I must admit that I had been misled. Instead, they're like, damn, that's wild. So then it took them a couple of days to come up with the new argument for why they were right after all, My favorite one was an editorial written by Adam Zivo, your friend and mine.
Yep.
An incredible headline 4 days ago in the National Post. The headline in the comment section: it turns out it was one Michael and another Michael. So
Yeah.
you can already see the consensus makers trying to sort of split our Michaels into two separate entities, dividing them up, and they're no longer one as far as they're concerned. There's one Michael and another Michael. But the subhead says espionage revelations don't excuse China's hostage diplomacy. So, okay, let's admit that maybe they were spies. Okay,
that still doesn't make it okay,
right? That doesn't make it okay. And
we're famously totally fine when foreign people, and whether they're from China or anywhere else, are engaging in espionage in our country. We say, hey, whatever you want to do, it's a free country, so we just let them go ahead and just do whatever you want. We're famously very generous and open about that kind of thing.
Remember a couple of months ago when India was sending in guys to like take out targets in Canada, and these same pundits were like, well, I mean, what do you expect? Like, yeah, they weren't all that upset about the fact that, like, there's nothing really stopping any country from coming in and killing people on our land if we have these. You would think that would be a problem for these guys, these nationalists.
You would. I mean, even
these nationalist columnists.
An even better example is the Chinese spy balloon, the hysteria over that a few months ago, which you could tell Canada was just happy to be involved. It's like it floated over our country too. Maybe they were spying on us too, a little bit. And we have this huge freak out over that, which was just one of the most embarrassing things that I have ever seen. One of the most embarrassing ordeals, the absolute panicked, pants peeing freak out over this balloon that floated over the country that ends up getting shot down by like an F-16 or whatever. But I mean, that's our reaction. It exemplifies the way that we talk about China and other official enemy countries, where we frame them constantly in our discourse as being the aggressor, right? And if this balloon floats off course and floats over the country, we absolutely freak out over it. But when we have like a spy plane in the South China Sea, and there's like, well, the Chinese fighter jets are being very aggressive with our spy planes down there, with zero cognitive dissonance. Or you talk about the Zivo column, like maybe they were spies. That doesn't mean that it's okay that China put them in jail. But meanwhile, we're shooting down actual balloons because we're so paranoid about China spying on us. Like it's truly incredible. And these people just don't seem to be able to break through that sort of cognitive dissonance that they have to see the complete, like, ridiculous hypocrisy that's on display in the ways that we talk about these things.
Mm-hmm. I want to read you a little something from Zivo's article that's very funny.
Please do, yeah.
He says, the arrest of the two Michaels tanked Sino-Canadian relations and damaged China's credibility among Canada's allies. Many wondered, if Beijing was willing to achieve its diplomatic goals by essentially kidnapping ordinary foreigners, what else might it be capable of? We now know that the truth was more complicated than the Trudeau government let on. So now it's all of a sudden that Trudeau misled us about what these guys were doing. But these guys were also like busting out the pom-poms and demanding that our two Michaels come home. They won't own up to their own participation in this subterfuge.
Yeah, and like I said, it's been part of this like very deranged stance that I think our media and political class has taken with China increasingly over the last few years. We talked about the balloon. There's all this stuff about like foreign interference as well, and Chinese interference in our political system. And are President Xi cultivating these like random liberal backbenchers for some nefarious purpose? Like they're waking up every morning in China and being like, we gotta get these backbenchers in the Liberal Party in Canada in line here. Like they're really thinking about that or worried about that in any way. It's been absolutely insane the way that like our media has gleefully kind of contributed to this kind of narrative.
Mm-hmm. Well, that Han Dong guy, like by their argument now, they should be thanking Han Dong for trying to keep these spies behind bars.
Yeah.
But they were saying, oh, Han Dong was trying to keep them in jail because of the because I guess the two Michaels were let out shortly after the election. So then all the paranoia started thinking that the two Michaels were purposefully kept in a Chinese prison to ensure Trudeau's reelection. It was like, give Aaron O'Toole some credit here. He did a lot of work to ensure Trudeau's reelection as well.
Yeah, and that doesn't even make sense. Like, wouldn't that story mean like you get right before the election, you bring the beautiful boys home because of your diplomacy and your tough negotiations? Like, what that doesn't that story.
Well, then all of a sudden
sense.
they were saying that, oh, well, the only reason the two Michaels are home is because Biden got them out. It had nothing to do with Trudeau. So it took the press and the pundits in this country a couple of days to try and figure out how we can still make this Trudeau's fault, because all of a sudden the Michaels are turning on each other, and one of them's threatening to sue the government for doing nothing to get him out of prison. And it's Michael against Michael. And, I hate to see my two dads fighting as well.
Yeah.
But now it's because Trudeau was less than honest with the Canadian people about what the Michaels were really doing. But they're also trying to have it both ways by saying none of this changes the fact that China engaged in hostage diplomacy. And what they won't admit, and not the big question, which is, will you admit, you guys, that China was actually being honest with us about what the two Michaels were doing, like arguably more honest than the Canadian government about this? Can you at least give them some credit here?
Yeah, and like you mentioned, xenophobia, and I think that's an important aspect to this whole story, because like you have this obsession with foreign interference. And we talk about this nefarious threat of Chinese foreign interference, or Russian sometimes, or, whatever the official enemy state baddie of the day. But our Canadian media is completely either oblivious or unwilling to recognize when actual major foreign interference is going on the part of the United States of America, who is the government that most interferes with our politics and our electoral process. Like we were saying, this whole thing started with us basically being demanded to act by the United States State Department, and us just immediately doing that, and our media just completely uncritically going along with it every step of the way. And it's not even America. I mean, obviously right now with Israel and their war in Gaza right now, you would we don't seem to have an issue when Israel influences our politics or influences our discourse. It's really who, like, we seem to pick and choose depending on who we're talking about when we get so up in arms about this threat of being interfered with by these foreign countries. When America does it, which happens on a daily basis, when Israel does it, it's fine. When we can concoct some wild story about China trying to use these devious Oriental machinations to destabilize and overthrow our society, then all our enlightened, educated media class members in this country go all in, all the way, dive right in promoting that narrative. It's really kind of sick.
Mm-hmm. At the end of Zivo's article, it says, this is very funny. In the end, though, the fact that this is all coming out now, after 5 years of insisting that China's accusations were totally baseless, is terribly embarrassing for Canada. The federal government should have been transparent about the fact that, yes, China had some reasonable grounds to consider the two Michael spies, but that the men were still not the villains Beijing wanted them to be.
Wow. He's really kind of twisting himself into a pretzel there to try and come up with some kind of a stance.
Well, Zivo, once he wants the government to be more transparent and to continue lying.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I talk about it often, but it's just that's what our media class is. They're just completely they're some of the most bootlicking cowards like in the entire Western world, just pure stenographers for power and the state. And it's amazing. These people, they view themselves as these kind of enlightened philosopher gods or whatever, but just couldn't be more just pure servants of empire and stenographers for empire. Coin is probably the ultimate example of that. Just an embarrassing group of people, really. And they take themselves so serious. Like, the level of seriousness to which they take themselves is directly proportionate to how totally embarrassing they are. And it's just, the whole thing is just humiliating to be a part of.
Well, they want you they're gaslighting you. They want you to think, how could you possibly think that a man who worked for Global Affairs Canada and then who contributed to the Global Security Reporting Program before taking a leave of absence to work at the International Crisis Group, how could you possibly accuse this guy of being involved in spying? A guy running a tourist agency to North Korea where you're not allowed to, do anything, but you have to, like, if you go on one of these tours in North Korea, it's like heavily regulated. Like if you made a joke about something, or if you didn't follow protocol, like your tour guide could be sent to a labor camp.
I actually want to go I would actually genuinely like to go in one of those. I want to go see the Museum of American Imperialism and War Crimes down there. I think that would actually be very cool to do. And in fact, like I as someone who is kind of interested in talking about Korea and the Korean War and DPRK, I have reevaluated some of my stances on the two Michaels, who I routinely, on using my platform online, accused of both being spies. I'm actually Team Spavor on this. I think this is a man that was like doing what he could to build diplomatic relationships with DPRK. It was a very isolated kind of nation. It's been isolated and sanctioned and embargoed for many, many years. He's building these diplomatic and cultural ties, and he's being used by this spy master, Michael Kovrig. So I've had to now reevaluate a lot of the things that I thought about this, and I've made a full apology, in reserving the right to change that if anything new information comes down the pike. I've made a full apology, though, to Michael Spavor for my accusations. I do think that he was just kind of what it seems to me, according to this lawsuit, cultivated as an asset by Kovrig and ended up getting really screwed over by it. So I understand that, and I'm actually I'm fully Team Spavor at this point now.
Whereas I'm at, you could call it denial, but for me, the two Michaels will always be together. And my first instinct when I read this story was that this was a full court press. Like they're trying to install Pierre Poilievre as prime minister the next election. So they're chipping away at our institutions. And at this point, one of the institutions I believe in are the two Michaels. And they want us to think that they are fighting, a feuding and a fussing, and that they're going to turn on each other. I wouldn't put it past the Chinese government to have maybe possibly brainwashed Michael Spavor while he was there.
That might have been the case,
like a ticking time bomb. Like in 2 years he would turn on his handlers.
You got some kind of
I wouldn't put it past
MK Ultra code word kind of thing.
Interestingly, the MK Ultra could be Michael Kovrig.
Yeah. That's
Those are
considering
his
the Canadian origins of that program.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is
the other thing that I want to make sure that I mentioned was there was that incredible day where the two Michaels visited Parliament when Biden was here.
Yeah.
And the two Michaels were accompanied by two mysterious Asian women. And a lot of the chuds out there were really, really mad that the two Michaels, when they came back to Canada, didn't immediately tell their story and tell the truth about the Prime Minister Justine Trudeau. Instead, they seem to be honored guests, and they are also accompanied by, in the words of some shut-ins on Twitter who are, subscribers to the Post Millennial, they wanted to know who the arm candy was on the arms of the Michaels, and saying that maybe the Michaels had left their wives for these, handlers from Beijing, these exotic Chinese beauties. And when they would start saying that, I would say the Michaels are entitled to as much privacy as you are. They're citizens, and
they've been through a lot.
And can't you be happy for them? Also, like, what if they did find love? And that's not my place to judge.
That must have been awkward in the green room in Parliament with the two of them. In retrospect, knowing what we know now about this lawsuit.
Well, now that I look at the photos of the two Michaels, I can. It's kind of like the tension in the Beatles at the end of the.
For sure, you got to get the body language experts on there.
Yeah, you could tell that they weren't arm in arm. They weren't. One of the Michaels seems to be sort of staring at the other Michael and sort of. I think Spavor was already sort of planning to like backstab Michael Kovrig at this point.
Yeah.
But
I think
yeah, what I'm saying is that like the Michaels deserve their privacy, and even if they're fighting and arguing, this is not necessarily a front page news story. Like if you and I
yeah,
were fighting and having a huge argument about something, like is that front page news? I don't
sure.
think so.
No, maybe it should be, but um, I'm interested actually to get your perspective as a movie guy, because we talked about the kind of like the increasingly hostile relationship that we've had with China. It's actually ironic as well, because now you have President Xi going to America and they're kind of trying to repair that. And it's almost like they're like, can you believe these angry Canadian guys? They're being so mean to you. Very unfair after we did the whole thing because of what they said. But, it's interesting. It's one of the things I've talked about, which is that, in the 90s, there was really this effort to, and this is before, this is after the opening up period in the economy with Deng Xiaoping, and when China had become at that time kind of a cog in the global sort of neoliberal economic system, right? And so there was this effort to kind of start building cultural ties, which led to the film, the Norman Bethune film with Donald Sutherland, one of the very greatest Canadians. And that was a time when you could see when our two governments were kind of interested in kind of working together, creating these kind of cultural bonds and ties, promoting this really great figure in our history who's become a really important figure in modern Chinese history as well. Someone who's still remembered to this day, Norman Bethune in China. I usually once a year or so I read Mao's eulogy to Norman Bethune, which is really touching.
Oh wow!
Which I really enjoy. So it's been interesting to go from this period in the 90s when there were these efforts to link our two countries, to talk about our shared values, our shared culture. And then over the last 10 years or so, and you can say this about the West in general, but the way that's slowly become more and more hostile and antagonistic, in my view, it's been our side, has been the West that has been leading that and leading to that antagonism, all the while pointing the finger and suggesting that it's China that's being hostile and aggressive. And I think this is happening for primarily economic reasons, because now China is no longer just sort of a cog in the global economic system, which benefits primarily the West and the United States, but is now becoming this emerging economic superpower in their own right. And as soon as that starts to happen, then you see immediately the rhetoric start to shift and the diplomacy starts to shift. And these narratives are created, which leads us to stories like this, like the spy balloon, like the secret Chinese police stations, where they very nefariously teach people to read and speak English. And offer basic services to Chinese Canadians, or the stuff with the two Michaels. So it's been fascinating, I think, from that level to kind of see that relationship shift and change over the years, from a point where just 30 years ago or so there were these efforts being made to promote our shared values and our shared history.
And also the anti-vaccine movement had a real anger towards China all the time.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of going downtown one Saturday when the anti-vax rallies were happening every Saturday at Yonge and Dundas. And I went to Uniqlo or something, and I was like, oh, fuck, I forgot. I'm not supposed to be here on Saturdays, because on Saturdays it becomes all the anti-vaxxers. And I saw this guy walking around with a big sign that said, China, duh.
Yeah, China does. It's trended on Twitter a number of times since then, I think. Yeah.
But he went up to these two Chinese girls who were walking down the street. They might have even been Korean girls, and started screaming at them. And I looked over at some cops, and the cops were, on their horses or standing around. They don't care. I was like, I don't think you can just go up to people and start antagonizing them without, if a cop is standing right there, why aren't you doing anything about it? But it's because they're being racist, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of the paranoia about China's involvement in COVID, and of course the connection too that Trudeau is a secret Maoist or whatever. I don't know. It's like if you owed a lot of money to somebody, you might actually really resent that person, especially when they keep saying, give me back that money you owe me. So that's what I think about a lot when people are so angry about China, is like Canada and the US are in such financial debt to China, that I think that motivates a lot of the anger, is like just resenting the guy who you owe money to.
Yeah. And especially someone that used to be sort of your junior partner, right? You're not supposed to be at the big table now. You're not supposed to be like engaging in these kind of poverty reduction programs or engaging in things like the Belt and Road Initiative and going out diplomatically and starting to make deals in Africa and Central and South America and all these other places around the world. It's like, whoa, this is not part of the deal. You were just supposed to make all our cheap products. We were supposed to offshore all our manufacturing industry to you, so we don't have to, our capitalists and industry leaders don't have to like pay union wages to working people here in the West. That was supposed to be the arrangement. You were supposed to just sell your labor for extremely cheap, manufacture cheap products, which we could purchase at Walmart and other places. That's the arrangement we were comfortable with. But as soon as that starts changing and they start kind of asserting themselves as like a global power, a global sort of economic and cultural superpower, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, this wasn't, we didn't agree to this. This wasn't supposed to happen. And that's ultimately what a lot of this, in my opinion, has been about. It's a purely like, it's almost like a sort of colonial mindset sort of tantrum that what's supposed to be sort of a Western colonial outpost has now kind of like stood up and become more independent and sovereign. And we're saying like, whoa, like we didn't agree to this. And all of the tension, all the hostility, all the conspiracy, and all the narratives that we've been talking about is purely as a result of that. It has nothing really to do with, protecting our freedom or our democracy or any of the stuff that we say that it is. It's a purely economic motivation that's led to this kind of increase in tensions and hostilities.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're seeing it now too. I mean, here in Canada in the last like 2 or 3 weeks is with what's been going on in Gaza. A lot of people like to say that we have a better system than China does because we don't have a media that lies to its people, the state media, or that, you're under surveillance all the time in China. Like if you go there, you should just presume that your emails are being read and that your thoughts are being listened to. Anything you say can and will be used against you by the state. But look at what we're seeing right now with anybody who says anything concerning the rights of people living in Gaza. You could lose your job.
Yeah, even if you just say like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You can have legal consequences or personal or professional consequences for it.
Or even the words free Palestine.
Yeah.
Like people just jump to the conclusion that you're saying that they should genocide everybody in Israel. When you're actually just saying that you actually would like there to be a place for the Palestinians to live.
Yeah, and once again, you see our media class just completely being subservient to what the state wants and what our ruling class is, and you see like a complete disconnect with hundreds of thousands of people that are marching and supporting Palestine in the streets versus our government, which just full-throatedly supports everything that Israel does, maybe with a little mild hand-wringing, but ultimately is interested in continuing to arm and fund them and give them full diplomatic cover to do pretty much whatever they want, this perpetual right to defend themselves that they have, etc. So as much as we lecture people about not only our freedom of the press and our beautiful Western style liberal democracy, you see this huge disconnect between what people around the country actually want our government to be doing. If you look at polling as well, it will show that a lot of people don't want our government to be supporting this kind of brutal violence on behalf of the Israeli government, but we don't actually have the kind of democratic input that we like to pretend that we do. And as much as we don't pretend that we have a state media, we do have a media class in this country that's totally subservient to power, both in the Canadian state and when it comes to the United States as well. So a lot of the things that we do like to lecture about our way of life has been exposed, especially over the last couple of weeks, as being kind of totally illusory.
Well, the CBC, for instance, bends over backwards to accommodate conservative voices.
Yeah.
And put people like Don Cherry and Kevin O'Leary on the payroll for a long time. And their reward, if Poilievre becomes prime minister, is to have all their funding cut.
Yeah.
Like, it makes me wonder why they're not actually like going in the whole other direction. Instead, they're basically giving Poilievre a pass because I guess they presume that he won't really do it, but I presume he will really do it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a strong possibility. I mean, there's a huge appetite for that on the right to defund the CBC, and like that's something that I happen to agree with, but not for any of the reasons that these people seem to seem to think. They think it's some kind of like secret communist conspiracy when it's quite literally the exact opposite. I mean, and that's the whole thing for me. I mean, as much as it's been completely, there's no one in our political class or media class that pushes back on any of these narratives. Certainly there's no one that's like invited onto these programs to say, maybe we should go back to having a stronger diplomatic relationship with China. They are this burgeoning global economic and cultural superpower. Maybe it's not in our best interest to be constantly antagonizing them and creating this like hostile diplomatic situation. Maybe it would be good to form bigger, cultural or economic ties with them. Perhaps China could help us actually build some infrastructure in this country, which we seem to be completely incapable of doing, either in Toronto or Montreal or nationally. Maybe we could work on some high-speed rail or some projects like that. Maybe that would be kind of nice. Maybe that would be beneficial to everyone in this country and, you know, have a mutually beneficial arrangement there. That to me, like what I just said, is not a controversial viewpoint. That's something that I think should be openly discussed in our political system or in our media. There is not one person that's ever coming close to making that argument. You know, maybe there might be some people saying maybe we can tone down the rhetoric. There is no one saying like, no, like let's have a bigger partnership. We're hurting ourselves by taking this stance totally at the behest of the United States, who are insisting now that we just shackle ourselves to and just until they drag us all the way down the toilet with their declining empire, you know? And that's to me the ultimate example of that, how our media class operates. The fact that even in our marketplace of ideas, you don't even have anyone, even as the token wacky, crazy lefty guy, going in our newspapers or our media and making this basic argument that maybe it would be good to have more diplomacy or a stronger relationship with China. It just doesn't happen though.
You know what's pretty cool though, living in downtown Toronto, is that Chinese propaganda films, new releases, actually get theatrical runs at cineplexes in downtown Toronto. Do you get them in Montreal too?
I don't believe so. They might play somewhere, but I don't think to the same level. I don't think there's quite the same sort of like diasporic element that allows that to be possible.
I had a beautiful matinee a couple of years ago. I went to watch the battle at Lake Changjin.
I still haven't seen it. I really want to see it.
Oh, you should.
Yeah.
It's China trying to play the blockbuster game.
Yeah.
But what is so funny about the movie is that it's a 3-hour film about the war in the Korean War, which has a different name in China. It's like the battle for patriot dominance of the East or something like that.
Yeah.
The Great Patriotic Battle for whatever
liberation,
but
or something.
It's all about and it takes place over U.S. Thanksgiving. In fact, there's a sequence that cross-cuts the decadent American army having a beautiful turkey dinner at their barracks with the Chinese soldiers in the North Korean mountains eating rocks and stuff or eating snow. But the movie literally ends with a giant because China and North Korea won that war. And the film ends with a big on-screen warning to the United States that we kicked your ass in this war. And if you fuck around with us, you're going to find out. Like, never tempt us again.
I love it.
Or we'll blast you to smithereens. And that was the final credits in the movie. But what's so funny about China's overall domination of the world that, I don't have the same problems that America has with it. Americans seem to be mad because they're no longer dominating the world. It's not about whether or not anyone should dominate the world, but China's beating them at their game. In China, if a star of Shang-Chi says something mildly critical of China, then Marvel movies don't get released in China. But in China, a movie can end with a big warning that the US, we're going to destroy you if you touch us one more time. Just try it. Those movies actually get a theatrical release in Canada and limited in the United States. So it's very funny how lopsided it is. Like, Marvel could never say, fuck you, China. But China will treat them as if they just said, fuck you. But China can say, fuck you, America. And America's like, yes, daddy. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We'll put your movies in our movie theaters. And when I saw the battle at Lake Changjin, there were about 30 people, and there was me and another white person. Everybody else was Chinese. And I think they were all lefties because they really enjoyed it.
I would still really like to see it.
America
I'm very interested, like as someone that has studied a lot about, U.S. and Western imperialism. I'm interested in seeing more movies that's really like unapologetically depicting, American troops as just being like pure horrible villains, like in the same way that like the stormtroopers or any other kind of like just completely,
or the way
showing
American
that dynamic, like
or
without
the way
trying
American
to apologize for it. Yeah.
Or the way that American movies depict Arabs,
Exactly.
the scary, dangerous, suicidal Muslims. Like it's refreshing,
Yeah.
to a certain way to see America depicted that way by a different culture.
Yeah, it is. Well, Jesse, it's been fantastic to catch up with you about this. I don't want to keep you too much longer. Thanks so much for joining the show. Before we go, I know you got to go pick up your little one from school fairly soon. Do you have a final message? If you had a message that you want to, maybe we don't know if either of the Michaels are a listener to this program, but we don't know that, So is there a final message that you'd like to leave for the two Michaels in case they happen to hear this?
Well, to both of you, Michaels, I want you to work it out. I want you to squash the beef. I want you to remember that the Michaels are stronger together. You know that apes together strong meme from the Bitcoin stuff? Like, our Michaels are gone here in Canada. Like if you take our Michaels and you split them apart, we're half as strong as we are when our Michaels are united. Michaels all around this country. I have friends who are named Michael. I don't have any family members. I don't know how to talk about this with them because I don't know which Michael they choose to side with. But my overall point is that you don't have to choose a Michael. You've got the two Michaels together. And I think this is a temporary impasse. And I also, how little I trust the media. I feel that this is a media concocted event. The Michaels have not come forward and trashed each other. Like Hall and Oates are suing each other right now.
What is the world coming to?
It feels like, Hall and Oates are kind of like the American equivalent of the two Michaels to me. I mean, I couldn't imagine Daryl Hall by himself. I know he had a solo career for a little while, but like neither can I imagine our Michaels. Like imagine if one Michael wrote a book about what a terrible person the other Michael was. Like
it's horrible to think about.
It's just too divisive. We need to come together as a country. We can't have our Michaels fighting.
Couldn't agree more. Jesse Hawken, thank you so much for joining the show and talking to me about this. Always
thank
a pleasure.
You for having me.
Do you want to just plug your podcast? Jesse's the host, obviously, of the Junk Filter podcast. I've been a guest a number of times.
Yes, and plans are underway to have you come back soon. My latest episode is just so happens to be about Chinese cinema. We did a show on the MCU, which is Michelle Yeoh, Maggie Chung, and Anita Mui is the great female superhero trio in the heroic trio, but we compare it perhaps unfavorably and perhaps unfairly to the Marvels. The heroic trio is much better.
Yeah. Great.
But we explain where the Marvels could have taken some cues from the heroic trio to make a better movie.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to listening. Thanks again, Jesse. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
See you soon.
Hey, that was nice. It was nice to talk to Jesse Hawken. Give a hand to Jesse Hawken, everybody. We don't need to get into certain comments that were made. We don't need to relitigate any comments that were made. I know what you're thinking, chat. I know what you're thinking. We're not going to do that right now, all right? If there's friends of ours that aren't on board with certain narratives, okay, we can work to bring them on board, on side, okay? Hello, Orblade. Do you think Jesse looks like Chevy Chase? That's interesting. We do salute the heroism of the Korean people here. That's true. But again, we don't need to cancel anybody. What era Chevy Chase? because he's a handsome guy. He's a handsome guy. He's one of the biggest movie stars. We lose sight of the huge box office draw that Chevy Chase was. Handsome, tall guy. My review record, go see Napoleon. Yeah, I do really want to see that. Wasn't he in the Dan? I believe he was in the Dan. Yeah. Like when they were just kind of starting out. And in fact, Jesse, if you're still there, I did neglect to mention.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
The one thing I neglected was to wish you a happy Gaucho-versary. Kai 1949, thanks for 3 months of tier 1. I appreciate that, Kai. Thank you for that. And thank you also to Dr. Maggot for gifting a sub to Jesse. Thank you for that. I'm just going to get a beverage. Just give me 1 sec, okay? Give me 1 sec, and then we can move on to something else. We can watch some kind of a video or something. 1 sec. Just cracked an Ultra Rosa. Nice. Chin Chin. My last fizzy water. Those early Fletch movies were good. He was on a real roll. He was on a real roll in that era. Drinking Cherry Coke Zero over here. Very nice. That's one of my favorite sodas. I'm a big Nothing But Trouble apologist. I haven't seen it in quite a few years, but I would like to revisit that. I think Nothing But Trouble is very enjoyable. Spies Like Us, loosely based on the two Michaels. That's right. I want to do a Nothing But Trouble direct episode of the pod. I love Nothing But Trouble. It's so weird, but it's really unique. It's got its own kind of weird, unique energy. The cast is really good. It's just weird and bizarre. Like the whole set is, all the sets are really cool. It's got that absolutely deranged Dan Aykroyd who directed it. This absolutely deranged Dan Aykroyd performance. Excuse me. Amazing. Okay, so what's next here? What's next here? There's Piers Morgan versus Norm Finkelstein. That could be good. What's going on Breakthrough News?
Welcome back to Facebook.
Never seen it, but if there are any other film junk listeners, Frank from that pod loves that movie. I've meant to watch it for a long time. It's just a weird and fun movie. I think it was a flop, but it's just there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in Nothing But Trouble. Okay, so Regime Peld says he was incredible on Piers. Old Dutch says Norman was a flop. There's a big discrepancy so far. Arrived at the perfect time to hear you talking about Nothing But Trouble. Absolutely one of the craziest Chevy Chase movies. When are we watching it? We probably should do a Nothing But Trouble viewing. I haven't seen it in many years. I have not seen it in many years, but it was definitely worth a watch, I think. Look, instead of the Norm Finkelstein thing, like maybe we could watch some clips from it on Monday or something like that. But there's a clip from one day ago. I think that the big thing that's happening right now is this temporary ceasefire, this temporary pause and hostage exchange, which already seems like Israel's not even abiding by. I've already seen clips of Israel firing on people trying to go back to their homes. So who knows if it's even going to last, but this is what this interview is about. Will the ceasefire last? It's Brian Becker talking with Yara Shufani, a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement and a PhD student in political science at York University, and Mohammed Nabulsi, an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement and attorney based out of Houston. So let's take a look at that. And that'll be a nice long video that can take us all the way till the end of the day. And I'll remind folks one more time before we move on to this video that if you support this show, if you like tuning into this program every day, please subscribe if you can. Help me make the little number at the bottom of the screen go up. As you know, that is the only way that I'm able to continue doing this program each and every day, is through the generosity and the contributions of the community members. If you can, please subscribe. It really, really helps a lot. And I appreciate it a lot. It's $5. It's totally free with Amazon Prime.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness. You get all the tiny little images. Plunger Man, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, Plunger Man. Thank you for that. Get the tiny little images. There's even some ultra exclusive alerts that can play for our very generous community members. If you gift 10 subs or the very, very rare and exciting
You're gonna have good old
20
Rob
subs
to talk you through all this,
which will unlock a very rare and exclusive and exciting alert. And I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying that that's a possibility. Yeah, I agree, Farflight. The Palestinian Youth Movement in Montreal as well has just been fantastic. Thank you, Part Ian, as well, for 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I'll never sub or gift again until you apologize for your heretical divergence from the correct Michael thought. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going along with this narrative, and I'm contributing to the wedge that's being placed between our 2 beautiful boys.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Uno Manos. Thanks for the 2 months, tier 1. Very new community member. Thank you for that. Are there any other takers? Before we move on here, are there any other brave heroes and generous community members that would like to support this program and help me make the little number go up? As you know, I missed the show yesterday because of a school strike situation. I've also had an ongoing medical issue. I came up with MK Ultra Michael Kovrig on the spot. Oh my god. I think that was too advanced. I don't even think I put it together. I honestly, in full mea culpa, I don't even think I put that together in the moment. I'm just realizing it now. My goodness. Wow, Rob. Seriously? Wow. It's true. And if we do have any generous 10 sub gifters today, we could hear that highly elite and exclusive alert. And again, I'm not telling anyone what to do, but I'm just saying that that's how it works. You know, that's how the alert works, okay? No, it does not, St. Lotus. Okay, I'm not ignoring the question. No, it does not. That's not what it involves, all right? It isn't. I'm just going to take some of my medication here. Do we have any lurkers in chat who are looking for a gift sub? We got Guillotine 2020 looking for a gift sub. Are there any other lurkers out there? I was so shocked to learn that they're genuinely referred to as the two Michaels by every actual article. I thought it was just a bit you were doing. No, it's not a bit. It's not a bit. It's a very real thing. You should put some Steely Dan songs through the AI Chinese translator. I actually have a video of me singing Deacon Blues. I should put that. That technology is really amazing, honestly. And what's funny is that I translated this one clip where I'm talking about China. I translated it into Chinese. And then someone translated it back into English.
事实上，过去30年来，特别在 Database 这種方式發展，他們在當中有這種大幅度的增長。Target to CSE， 就令基本上生活水平啊貧富減少。我哋來說，英國是一個非常貧窮嘅國家，非常貧窮。但係克里米爾獲得的進步，不僅僅是中國，而且現在 carry 的 提供有雙非洲的替代方案，而是非洲就是對個拉丁美洲的人們。對於其他曾經是帝國主義受害者的國家，對於需要發展、需要基礎設施、需要資源、需要資本的其他國家的系統 ，or invest 資助項目和資金。你知道，修建醫院和學校和道路和港口 ，or began some service 為其提供到一個不同的選擇。那不是國際貨幣基金組織，那不是美國政府或加拿大政府，你知道可以得到這legendary skills 嘅請教，事實。
Honestly, the technology is incredible. The technology is absolutely
in
incredible.
fact,
how do I do this? So Kijiji Genie then took that video and used the same technology to translate it back into English, and it's so funny. It's funny because sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's just totally
in fact,
weird.
There has been a significant increase over the past 30 years, especially with the development of double disc. We come from a very biased country. The progress that can be achieved is incomparable to the great ability, not only China, but also, for instance, the Reed Mao factory will have alternatives to the double flying car. Consider Africa's need for development, infrastructure, and autonomy from other countries that were once victims of imperialism, systems of other countries needing capital or invest that funding projects and funds construct hospitals,
You've just
schools,
become an
roads,
elite
and
member
ports.
of the
World
Friendship
Serva
Triangle.
started some services which offered a different choice. Now the International Monetary Fund, now the US government, or the Canadian government. Doesn't this leader like to watch kites tied up on the side?
What is that last part? What is that? Jameson, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that, Jamo. Thank you. Thank you for that. Like, what is that last part? It's so weird. It goes from saying something kind of accurate to going off in this totally weird thing.
Offered a different choice. Now the International Monetary Fund, now the US government, or the Canadian government. Doesn't this leader like to watch kites tied up on the side?
Doesn't this leader like to watch kites tied up on the side? What is that? What is going on there? What is up with that? But the technology is incredible, the way it actually takes your voice. We are like genuinely, like it's not quite there yet, but we are so close to having like a sort of universal translator technology. Like once you can wear an earpiece and have real time, have someone's actual voice and what they're saying to you translated into a language that you understand in real time and have their one to say piece and have the same thing. That's the Star Trek Universal Translator. Obviously, it's not quite where we need it to be at this time, but like in a few more years, like this technology is going to be really incredible. Like I genuinely find that pretty astounding that I could take this clip. and upload it to the site, and in like 2 minutes, it puts out me in my own voice speaking, Mandarin or whatever. I think that's absolutely crazy. Surgically installed. We're just going to surgically installed with the Elon Musk brain implant company, Neuralink. The actual thing that I said in English was like, that to me is like a really incredible accomplishment. That's because I'm talking about that. I'm talking about like, not only has China done a lot to like increase their own material conditions, increase people's like ability to access things like healthcare, education, infrastructure, but also in the Belt and Road Initiative and like building infrastructure in Africa and Central and South America and stuff. And I was like, that to me is an incredible accomplishment. And somehow between getting translated to Chinese and then back to English, it turned into, doesn't our leader like to watch 2 kites tied together?
Started some services which offered a different choice. Now the International Monetary Fund, now the US government, or the Canadian government. Doesn't this leader like to watch kites tied up on the side?
Yeah, it's probably some turn of phrase or idiom. Yeah, for sure. Just really weird. Okay. Let's watch this this clip with Brian Becker. Temba, his arms wide. Shaka, when the walls fell.
We need a new system. We need a new society. We need to demand that which may have sounded impossible even a few weeks ago, but is not only realizable, but an imperative necessity. More than 14,000 people in Gaza, and probably many, many more than that, have been murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces in the recent weeks. Yesterday, there was an announcement of an agreement between Israel and Hamas for a temporary pause in the fighting. Welcome to the Socialist Program. I'm your host, Brian Becker. Today we're talking with Yara Shafani. Yara is a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement and a PhD student in political science at York University. And we're also speaking with Mohammed Nabulsi, an organizer also with the Palestinian Youth Movement and an attorney based in Houston. Welcome to the show, Yara and Mohammed.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Mohammed, let's get started. Big dramatic news in the last 24 hours. People have seen on their TV screens, on their computers, if they read the media, this relentless bombing of Gaza, this genocidal attack against Gaza. 10,000, then 15,000, maybe 20,000. We don't know because so many people are still trapped in the rubble. But there's this announcement that there is at least a temporary pause in the fighting for a prisoner exchange. I want to get your take. What's the deal? How significant is it? What does it show in terms of the progress of the war? And of course, most people in the world want to know, is this going to lead to a permanent or an enduring ceasefire?
Right. So the agreement is basically what has been described as a 4-day humanitarian truce. It entails the suspension of all Israeli military action and ground operations throughout the Gaza Strip, the suspension of Israeli airstrikes and air traffic in the southern part of Gaza, and the suspension of air traffic in northern Gaza for 6 hours a day, basically from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Their time. And specifically, the suspension of air traffic in northern Gaza is meant to facilitate an end to surveillance during that period, and theoretically allowing Hamas to identify the location of prisoners, Israeli prisoners that are held by other factions or groups. Additionally, this 4-day truce entails the unrestricted entry of trucks carrying humanitarian aid and fuel into the entirety of Gaza without any exceptions, a guarantee of the freedom of movement between the north and the south along the Salah ad-Din Road, and the release of 50 Israeli prisoners, consisting of 38 teenagers under the age of 19 and 12 women, in exchange at a ratio of 3-to-1, a release of 150 Palestinian women and children held under administrative detention. And so this agreement is as a result of a number of different things. First and foremost is the inability of the Israeli military to achieve its stated military objectives. First, they described their goals during this period, this 45 days, as destroying the Hamas leadership and its military capabilities, including its rocket capacity. Those things have not occurred. There's not been a single assassination of any top-tier leadership amongst the Hamas resistance wing, amongst its military wing. It also includes the forced compelled capture of Israeli prisoners. That also has not taken place whatsoever. And so this is the result of basically the resistance capabilities and capacity to actually repel the Israeli military objectives. The second reason is there's pressure throughout the globe, including popular pressure, but also on the state level, on the Biden administration, on the actual Israeli state, and internal to Israeli society, of this considerable pressure around the release of the Israeli prisoners, which has not taken place at the hands of the actual military. Now, whether or not this results in a permanent ceasefire is still to be seen. There's been an extended agreement as well that at a ratio of 3-to-1, that for every 10 prisoners released, there's an additional 30 Palestinian prisoners that will be released, and an additional day of ceasefire. And that's why, for example, there was a release of 300 names, a list provided by the Israelis of those who they're willing to agree to release, both to allow for Israeli public opinion. They have this system where the Israelis are allowed to comment on who is released and on what terms they're released, and also an opportunity for the resistance to identify whether or not they will be releasing additional Israeli prisoners.
Yara, we've heard a lot, at least if you're living in the United States, where I am, you learn a lot in the U.S. media about the plight of Israeli hostages. nobody in the United States, if they're getting their news from the mainstream media, knows anything about Palestinian prisoners. So this idea that Palestinian children and Palestinian women are going to be released in an exchange, in a way, is a new piece of information. Again, for those who are just getting their news from the corporate-owned mainstream media. Let's talk about the political prisoners in Israel, the Palestinian prisoners, how many there are, how many are children, why are they in jail? Again, everything in the U.S. mainstream media is about the Israeli hostages. There's been literally nothing that I've seen in the mainstream media up until now about.
So disturbing as well. Am I unmuted? No, I'm not muted. So disturbing as well. We were talking about how Palestinians don't count as being children. Like when they're what was the exact turn of phrase that was used? I think like there's Israeli children and there's Palestinians under the age of 18. Something like that, right? It's so sinister. And yeah, all this talk about the hostages, why don't Hamas just release these hostages? Never mentioning. Oh yeah, thank you, St. Lotus. Yeah, absolutely. I promise I was not cribbing your notes there. I'm always talking about, if Hamas just wanted this war to be over, they could end they could release these hostages. And the hundreds or thousands of Palestinians that are in detention in Israel, never mentioned. And in fact, if it is mentioned, people say like, well, they've been accused of terrorism. They're just terrorists, so they're allowed. They should be there. Never once questioning if the IDF, the Israeli government, who we've seen act with such total barbarity over the last couple of weeks, suggesting that maybe perhaps their intention in locking up all these people, including people that are children, might not have the best of intentions, even even if it's being laundered through the legal system. So you say, like, there's no hostages. Israel doesn't have hostages. They've got prisoners who are all like these burgeoning terrorists that they've been accused of this crime or this crime. So you see the way that we use language to kind of frame this conflict in a totally inaccurate way. And then they're putting up all the posters of all the kidnapped posters.
About the plight of Palestinian prisoners.
Yeah, like One Who Reads says as well, administrative detention means no charges, no evidence.
Right. And that is a central part of the problem here, really, is that what we are looking at in the context of Palestinian political prisoners at the beginning of October was over 6,000 Palestinians being held hostage in Israeli prisons. Over 1,000 of these prisoners are under an Israeli policy called administrative detention, which actually means that they don't know why they're in prison. Their lawyers don't know why they're in prison. Their family does not know why they are in prison. There are children being held in Israeli prisons, and there are also Palestinian prisoners who are extremely sick, who have cancer, who are being neglected or having medical care being neglected. And so really the plight of Palestinian prisoners is really central here. And what's important to note is that the way in which the Israeli state has historically used prisons to repress Palestinian life, to repress the Palestinian fight for freedom. And so there are many Palestinian political leaders who are also in prison. People who have very popular support amongst Palestinian society who have been held in prison for decades. And so really Palestinians who are in prison face extreme hardships. And I think something that's important to note here is that this could have been addressed from the very first day. Palestinian factions have been calling for the release of political prisoners for as long as we can remember. And from the very first, from October 7th and 8th, there was, an immediate kind of pointing to...
For sure, Kira V. I mean, like, as much as we talk about the possibility that the death toll is not as high as Hamas is saying as it is, it's most likely going to end up being higher, considering the people that are missing and buried under rubble right now. Colonial tactics never change. Look at the disproportionate amount of indigenous people in Canadian prisons. For sure. Absolutely. Identical. Still going on to this day. That's why indigenous people in Canada are still talking about the ongoing genocide against indigenous peoples. And we talk often about, and this is true, how we're maybe further along in that colonization process. But that doesn't mean that it's not still ongoing.
The plight of the Palestinian political prisoners. And of course, Israel chose.
Yeah, and of course, people starving, dying, collapse of healthcare, contagious diseases
over
as well.
40-day long genocide against the Palestinian people. And during that 40-day period, the number of Palestinians being held hostage by Israel in prisons actually nearly doubled. We saw the rounding up of thousands of Palestinian prisoners in the West Bank. We saw Palestinians being held hostage who are laborers that go into Israel to work, who were detained by the Israeli occupation forces and police. And so we actually saw the Palestinian prisoner population nearly double in the last, just over a month. And so I think what's really important here is when we're looking at this agreement, like Mohammed said, what we're looking at here is a pause. The language of pause is being used. Ultimately, there are over 10,000 Palestinians still in Israeli prisons. The Palestinian people are still under occupation. Gaza is still under a blockade, where Israel effectively controls what enters Gaza and what exits, controls Gaza's air, land, and sea, which is going to make any kind of entrance of humanitarian aid, rebuilding materials. We're talking about a tiny strip of land that's been effectively destroyed over the last 40 plus days. And so Gaza is still under a blockade.
For sure, Dutch.
And ultimately, the Palestinian people are still facing extreme hardship inside Gaza, and Israel has effectively entered the northern part of Gaza. And so we really have to, I think, emphasize the importance here that this pause does not mean an end to the occupation of Palestine, and that there is still a long struggle to be waged ahead.
Mohammed, this agreement, according to Yara, could have happened weeks ago. It could have happened weeks ago. The Palestinian side was willing to make such an exchange many weeks ago. The Israelis, with the support of the Biden administration, rejected that. So what
we
changed?
talked about this with John Elmer as well.
Their defeat on the military battlefield, that's what's changed. So I don't think in that moment, in the beginning period, Israeli society or the political elites or even its colonial backers would have accepted that the defeat was coming. And so they had to obviously try. They had to restore what they view as Israelis' capacity to deter other forces in the region to attack Israel. And that required the implementation of their Dahya doctrine, which was established in 2006. The Dahya, for the viewers who don't know, is a neighborhood in southern Beirut. It's a stronghold for the Lebanese resistance, specifically Hezbollah. And during the 2006 war, in response to Hezbollah's abduction of Israeli soldiers on the border, in order to exchange them for the hundreds and thousands of Lebanese prisoners at that time held by the Israeli state. And in response to that operation, the Israelis destroyed the neighborhood of Dahya. They essentially leveled the civilian infrastructure. They targeted civilians deliberately and explicitly. And so that doctrine is a doctrine that's carried forward and throughout the 2008 war, 2012, 2014, 2021 wars on Gaza. And basically what we've seen over the last 45 days is the implementation, the destruction of civilian infrastructure and life in the Gaza Strip in order to reestablish Israel's image in the region. And despite that, despite its stated goals, its military objectives of recapturing its prisoners, despite its stated goal of destroying the Palestinian resistance military capabilities and leadership, it's failed. And so now they were forced with their tail between their legs to come to the table in order to accept a deal that, like Yara said, was actually on the table from day one.
And on that note, just wanted to briefly interject with this. This is Hamas published scenes showing the handover of the first batch of both Israeli and Thai prisoners to the Red Cross. This is from like half an hour ago. And it's worth pointing out, like you're saying, these are Israeli and Thai prisoners, and people have pointed out as a way to like smear Palestinians, saying, well, these terrorists, they're like foreign workers. They're not even Israeli. They're these foreign workers that got snatched as hostages, you know? And that's the thing, like they were just pointing out in the interview with Brian Becker, on day one, they were saying, like, we will give all the non-combatants and foreign workers and women, children, like we'll give those people back right away. Like that deal was on the table immediately. And the response from Israel was to spend 45 days or whatever it was, relentlessly dropping thousands and thousands of bombs on the exact places where all these hostages are being kept. Interestingly as well, I've seen like the idea that Israel wants to remove funding from Haaretz, the media outlet there, that has been done a lot of reporting on both Netanyahu's responsibility for what happened on October 7th and since, the responsibility of the IDF in killing some of these civilians. And interestingly, it seems like there's talk of their funding being removed precisely because, again, there's going to be a lot of concern, I think, over some of these hostages and what they have to say to the media. As we saw when other hostages were released and they spoke to the media, it was a kind of a propaganda disaster for Israel when they said, no, we were, it wasn't nice to be kidnapped, but we were treated with kindness and respect, and we were given food and medicine and clothes, and we're overall like giving that story to the media. It was an absolute messaging and information sort of disaster for Israel. So it's interesting that when this is going on, there's talk of trying to do whatever they can to make sure outlets like Haaretz in Israel can actually speak to these people. They want to shutter it from what I saw, especially after the helicopter shooting at the rave story. Exactly. I mean, Haaretz on like October 8th was saying things that like probably would have gotten people in the West fired from their jobs, being like, this is Netanyahu's fault. Like, that's what the Haaretz editorial board was saying immediately after October 7th. Literally taking stances that in the West, in Canada, would be framed as being like pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism, anti-Israel, whatever. Okay.
And this represents a major defeat for them, but obviously it's not one that they were able to spin immediately if they had agreed to it. And so they required them to spend 45 days to satisfy the bloodlust of the Israeli society, but also in order to save face in front of the entire world based on what the failures they experienced on October 7th.
So Yara, they had to kill a lot of civilians to satisfy public opinion in Israel before the Israeli authorities acknowledged that their stated objective of the destruction of Hamas was unrealizable, although they don't explicitly say that. But that's an interesting concept. When I was a teenager, the Vietnam War was going on, and every day we picked up the morning newspaper, me and my entire family, and I think this was true about most families in the United States at that time. And there were big headlines about what the body count was in Vietnam. I mean, for people nowadays, it might seem impossible to think this way, but each day we opened the newspaper and it was like 120 Viet Cong killed. The next day, 1,000 Viet Cong killed. The next day, a certain number of Viet Cong killed. It was called the body count. And it was a way of the American government telling the American people, who are becoming more and more sort of questioning about the war.
And similar to Hamas, similar to the war on terror rhetoric as well, when they say Viet Cong killed or Hamas killed or terrorists killed, they're like undercounting all the civilian deaths in those. They're saying any military aged male, basically, even in the vicinity of anyone doing these operations, counts as being Hamas, counts as being VC, counts as being terrorist. You see that same strategy being employed like through the decades, through the different administrations. Always the same kind of justification.
Don't worry, we're winning. And the reason we can prove to you that we're winning is that we're killing all these people. And so every fatality, every death was a Viet Cong death, meaning the fighter of the National Liberation Front. We know from Operation Rolling Thunder records later that between 1965 and 1968, the United States bombed villages in both North and South Vietnam to the extent that the Pentagon's own estimates were that they were killing
for sure. It's just a modern form. It goes back a lot longer than Vietnam. Absolutely.
106 weeks. That's 156,000 civilians. But the point was, it couldn't win the war. It seems very similar to me in terms of the psychology of imperialism, the psychology of empire, where in order to prove to your own population that you can win, you just have to kill a lot of people. And in this case, it seems like for the U.S. and Vietnam, not actually true?
Yeah, I think one of the things that is clear is that there was an attempt by the United States political leadership, but also by Western leadership more broadly, and their various media conglomerates to do this exact thing of basically tie all of the deaths the Palestinians killed to kind of this question of the Palestinian leadership in Gaza of Hamas. And so we saw this in the language that was being used, right? Where it was referred to regularly as an Israel-Hamas war. When Palestinian deaths were reported, many media outlets were calling it the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. We saw the U.S. political class really kind of, anytime they were speaking about this, there was this hyperfixation on Hamas, on the need for Israel to defend itself from Hamas is the language they were using. But then you had more vicious statements like what we saw from Nikki Haley and Lindsey Graham and others, really kind of this language around flattening Gaza, punishing Gaza, and really kind of trying to tie the population of the Gaza Strip with Hamas. And I think what we saw with the mass movement that emerged in this moment was really a complication of that, because we know that the United States really needed, in order to justify and to build popular support for Israel's genocide, needed to win the support of the American public and the American people, and was using their media apparatus in order to try to do so. But what we saw in terms of the mass movement that
You're gonna have good
emerged all
old
across the
Rob
Western world,
to
and of
talk you
course
through all
in the
this.
global South,
Visit
really complicated that
Hamas.com for more
narrative, where
info.
people were essentially refusing to accept this kind of positioning, refusing to accept that this increasing death toll was some sort of victory, and rather we're seeing this increasing death toll as an indicator of really Israel and U.S.-led imperial.
Weenus, thanks very much for 26 months of Prime. Thank you, Weenus of Lore. I appreciate that.
Violence and barbarism in the region. And I think that also is part of the loss, right? The I think major failure that we've seen incurred by both the Israeli state and the Western world in this moment. On the one hand, as Muhammad mentioned, we have the military loss, which is that no military objectives, stated military objectives, were met. But also the fact that what we saw in this moment was a kind of clear unification of segments of the Arab world against Israel's genocide, right? We saw, intensification of the war between Israel and Lebanon, or Hezbollah specifically, on Israel's north border. We saw Yemen's Ansar Allah movement really mobilize in support of Palestine. And so we saw very clearly kind of this regional unification. Obviously, it has limitations. We know that with Gulf countries and other more reactionary and U.S. aligned powers in the region. But nonetheless, we saw a very clear sort of regional unification, which also represents a military loss. We saw the military loss that took place in Gaza, but most importantly, I think, or equally as importantly, I should say, is we saw the major loss of the narrative war inside the United States, inside the Western world, where mass movements were able to exert pressure and to reject this very kind of attempt to position the rising death toll as some kind of victory in a fight against Hamas, and instead the masses of the Western world and the world more broadly said, actually, this rising death toll is a clear indicator of Israel's fascism and U.S. imperialism's violence in the region.
I know I'm muted. I know. I just wanted to say that I have another video. This is really cool. Look at this. This is really exciting to see. Female Palestinian ex-prisoner Malak Salman hugs her mother after 8 years behind Israeli prison bars. Salman was released tonight, together with 38 other prisoners, as part of a prisoner swap deal between the Palestinian resistance and the Israeli occupation. This is incredible. After 7 years. Really incredible. And like they're saying in the interview that we're looking at as well, this is a result of them failing to meet their military objectives. Like, this is because they've been forced to negotiate. They've been forced into this position. Which is that's something that I think anyone should celebrate.
Mohammed, that's so important when we're trying to look at this in its sort of multi-layered complexity, the conflict, even the recent conflict, but the longer conflict between Israel and the Palestinian people and its neighbors. The issue that Yara's talking about, which is that public opinion actually matters. And it doesn't matter if it's entirely passive, if it's on the sidelines, or it's been completely captured by the dominant, narrative formers in society. Karl Marx, of course, said the ideas of any society are the ideas of its ruling class, but of course not completely, because at a certain point, people start to rise up, people start to organize, the discontent becomes organized, people learn that the problem isn't this or that problem, but the system itself. In other words, consciousness, or people who become conscious, they matter now. Maybe they didn't matter so much in the 16th century, but certainly in the 21st century, public opinion does matter. And you have, in a way,
I'm sorry that you're crying in the grocery store.
Multiple fronts.
Catalepsy.
One front is in Gaza, or in the West Bank, and then another front, which is the front of global public opinion. And I think Yara is completely right, and you can see it. It's observable. We all of us were part of helping shape it.
Got one person,
but
not
public
frozen.
opinion has shifted in such a dramatic way. And even now, the Biden administration internally, whatever internal crises it's having, it's partly due to the tremendous shift in public opinion, where people are saying now, "Oh, I would never vote for Joe Biden, no matter what," and they're chanting "Genocide Joe." And demonstrations have been taking place almost daily in the thousands, hundreds, and smaller places. November 4th, we had hundreds of thousands in the largest demonstration ever in support of Palestine. And it is global, and it's definitely not only shaped American politics or limited the available options for American politicians, but regionally, as Yara was also mentioning, and as you were talking about, what's going on in the Middle East, in the Arab world, that has also dramatically shifted since October 7th. I mean, if we think about what was happening the days or weeks before October 7th, it looked like the most reactionary Arab regimes were about to normalize their relations with Israel. Of course, Egypt already had a strategic partnership with Israel since 1979 with the signing of the Camp David Accords. Anyway, the whole world has shifted and changed, and public opinion matters. Anyway, I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think,
it's not just
we have to
me,
place
right?
the current events within obviously the broader geopolitical context, the emergence of a multipolar world, the defeat for U.S. imperialism in Ukraine, its emphasis and focus, or pivot, so to speak, towards Asia and focusing on its backing of Taiwan in relationship to China. All of these things are the conditions for which the U.S. or by which the U.S. wages its war on the Palestinian people through its proxy in Israel. And so that's the backdrop. And global public opinion is important for the U.S., not just simply because of its aspirations and or its sort of objectives vis-a-vis the Palestinian people or the region, but it's important for its objectives around the globe. And it needs these states, these global South actors, to line up in backing in full support. They failed in terms of lining up global South support for their war in Ukraine, and they're failing now in lining up global South support, state actor support for their war in Palestine. And the region specifically hasn't seen protests like these since 2011, since the early period of the uprisings, the so-called Arab Spring, and specifically in states like Egypt and Jordan, where the populations have gone out into the streets in the millions for the first time in years. That's a threat to the actual existing dictatorships that are backed and relied on by the U.S. government, especially its aspirations in the region. We've seen even the Saudi government and Gulf states waver, despite the fact that ultimately they know that their interests align with imperialism. So whether they waver or not is really going to be dependent on how strong their populations are. Extremely repressed, surveilled, all with the full backing of the U.S. population. So we're not even able to really fully register their support for Palestine because of the repression they face. And all that is the backdrop. Add to it the mobilizations we've seen in the streets of the U.S., Canada, the West more broadly, that we haven't seen since the Iraq War. And what we've seen is two things. First, the movements in the U.S., in the West, are much sharper politically than they have been in decades. They really have contextualized what's happened in Palestine within the broader context of imperialism, 75-year ethnic cleansing campaign waged against the Palestinian people. These movements have sort of their consciousness has only further developed. We've seen the enlistment of a variety of different sectors and generations into this struggle. And I think what's most important, and something that we're only now fully starting to comprehend, is the generational shift that we're witnessing. And it's not just on Palestine. The generational shift is on every social and political issue facing the people of the world, whether it's climate change, whether it's social issues, whether it's healthcare, education, imperialism. These shifts are, I think, what's most terrifying the ruling elites of these countries, because what they think, they've captured institutions now. They have full control of the vehicles of power currently. But this younger generation that's increasingly disillusioned and really has nothing to lose. They don't have any prospects for sustained employment. They don't have any prospects for home ownership. They see a future where environmental degradation is shaping their everyday reality. All of these things, these younger generations are connecting dots more so than they have in the last multiple decades.
It's
since the fall
really
of the Soviet
encouraging.
Union, since the heydays of the 60s and the 70s. And so I think this is what's most terrifying to the ruling elite. They've realized that they're not able to maintain hegemony around public opinion and public understanding of the world around them, especially younger generations. And so PYM, Palestinian Youth Movement, as a youth formation, as a group that is focused on younger generations, specifically in their mobilization and their enfranchisement, has seen this not just amongst Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim youth, but amongst youth more broadly. And Palestine becomes not just a banner for Palestinians or a banner related to land from the river to the sea, but a banner for every social and political issue facing our generations. And fortunately for us, we have a legacy of older generations that have struggled to maintain these lines throughout the worst periods of global left history. And we're able to build on their legacy and to rebuild foundations that were previously destroyed by US repression and by various other developments, including the fall of the Soviet Union. And I believe we're in a more revolutionary position than we've been in a very long time. And that's due to decades of work to bring us to this point.
I'm such a big deal. Everyone come to me for knowledge. Come to Mr. Newsman. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my goodness. No one showed hug. As far as I know. Calm Like a Tom, thank you so much. That's the first time we've organically seen that alert. Organically. Calm Like a Tom, thank you for the extremely generous 20 gifted subs. That's absolutely absurd. Calm Like a Tom, thank you. That's so generous, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the support, and I love seeing it's amazing. That alert really is awesome. It really is great. Timing may not have been ideal. It's not. I mean, we're talking about the revolutionary potential of the moment and younger generations. I think I think we'll allow it. Okay. Calm Like a Tom, thank you so much. Seriously, that's very kind of you.
Interesting, Yara. When you think about the recent era and what Mohammed is talking about, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the advantage or the change in the relationship of forces to the benefit of imperialism, to the benefit of the empire, that seemed to be sort of the new era, the era of unipolar dominance, and it gave the United States and I think the Israeli regime a sense of hubris that they were going to rule the roost forever. So we've gone through this era of counter-revolution in a way that's impacted progressive left movements, anti-imperialist movements everywhere, including, of course, in the Middle East. And now that there is, as Mohammed is saying, this kind of new upsurge, and it's not just an upsurge in everyday street activism, which is obvious. It's a shift in thinking, a shift in consciousness, and it's multi-issue, and it's not even about issue per se or issues per se. It's about an assessment of where the world is and how the systems of power work. we've entered this new era, or we're entering a new era. Maybe it's not fully entered, or maybe we've got one foot in it, but it's different. When you think back to what the era was prior to this, say in 1967, when the Israelis regime seized the West Bank and seized Gaza and seized the Golan Heights and invaded Egypt. The U.S. at that time was bogged down in the losing war in Vietnam that I had referred to earlier. There was this era of revolution that was kind of sweeping the globe. The U.S. was overextended. It was bogged down in Southeast Asia. And I think the Israeli regime proved itself to U.S. imperialism that it could be an effective extension of American power in this resource-rich region that was at that time aflame with revolutionary anti-imperialism. That's when the PLO was born. That's when Marxist, socialist, pan-Arab parties were forming, and there was this general shift to the left. And so the U.S. thought, oh, Israel is doing and must do that which we can't fully do because we're bogged down. Here we are now, like 60 years later, or certainly 50 years later, the world is changing back again. And it starts to appear, or it could start to appear, that affixing U.S. imperialism to the Zionist regime, which has become increasingly openly racist, and unable to achieve its military objectives, that at some point it actually becomes isolating for U.S. imperialism, isolating for the empire, rather than simply an asset. In other words, it's kind of the pendulum was one place, it swung back another place, and even though it's not fully back into where it was in the revolutionary phase of the 60s or late 60s or 70s, all of this has to be taken into account when we think about movement building. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that when we're looking at this moment, what we need to, understand, and I think Brian, both you and Muhammad's made this point, is that we're in an era like really of resurgence of global South revolutions, but also mass movements, right? And so what we're seeing here are revolutions against imperialism all across the African continent, consolidation of progressive movements across Latin America, and then of course the context of the Middle East, where there's been, on the one hand, continued repression of movements fighting imperialism through the backing of repressive nations.
This is a great conversation. I'm just pointing out they're frozen throughout the entire interview. I wonder why that happened.
That are aligned with the United States, but also attempts to wage war on any nation that dare not comply, right? And so I think there's been this we're in a moment really where we have to look at Palestine as a central part of the global revolutionary struggle. It is really a central piece to the fight against UN-led imperialism. And through kind of thinking of it that way, that also can help us understand a little bit why the United States' support for Israel, which you mentioned, Brian, has really been so critical and so strong, and really not wavered, even amidst the genocide that we've seen unfold over the last month and a half. And so, Israel really, I think, is best understood as a military outpost for the United States, right? I was reading a report recently that noted that between 1943 and 2023, the United States has, within those years, given Israel over $160 billion in aid, not including U.S. military packages, and that's not reflective of inflation. And so we're really seeing kind of a military outpost in the heart of the Middle East that the United States has been effectively funding and backing in order to advance its interests in the region. And so when Palestinians are engaged in a struggle against that, the Zionist colonialism, against the genocide that the Israeli state unfolds against them on a day-to-day basis, the United States sees that as a threat to U.S.-led imperialism in the region and also U.S. Hegemony across the world, right? And that's why we've seen kind of the response that we have from U.S. officials in the last 45 days, where there's been a complete co-signing of Israel's genocide, right? I mentioned earlier Nikki Haley, I mean, her exact words on Fox News in a message televised on American TV to Netanyahu was "finish them," in reference to Gaza. Lindsey Graham called for Israel to level the place, was the language that he used. And we saw Blinken and Biden really kind of go to Israel in the middle of a genocide, right? Which is really like the most clear kind of backing that you can possibly give, is to take a trip while Israel
one
is
of the most
bombing,
depraved things I've seen.
Gaza, and really kind of very clearly make it known that you are in full support of this genocide, the refusal to call for a ceasefire. We've seen, many U.S. officials, on TV kind of reject any kinds of calls for a ceasefire. And so really like what we've seen is a full kind of lining up of different Western leaders behind the Zionist state of Israel. And we've also seen what happens when Western leaders even remotely deviate, right? So we saw this with Macron, but also in Canada with Justin Trudeau, making even the slightest suggestion to say Israel should exercise restraint in its when it comes to civilian deaths in Gaza. To which Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, responded, basically an outrage that the Canadian government was even suggesting Israel was not exercising restraint. And so you have kind of even the most marginal attempts by Western leaders in this moment to say things that are just slightly out of line. And really amidst this is a building mass movement, like you've both mentioned, in Canada and in the United States and in other parts of the world, that is exerting additional pressure on these imperialist nations. And I think that what we're going to see is really, like, when we say that this is a watershed moment, we don't only mean this is a watershed moment in the sense that the Palestinian national liberation struggle is seeing and enjoying mass support from all corners of the world. What we also mean is that this represents potentially a critical turning point where the working class of the United States, of Canada, of the Western world is seeing in full force its government with its mask off. Its government is backing and supporting a genocide. It is ignoring the popular will of the people who, in the United States, over 60% were calling, 66% said they supported a ceasefire. In Canada, that number was over 71%. And these governments were still refusing to utter the word ceasefire. And so the masses of these countries are seeing their leadership, their political classes, and their media be engaged in what can only be understood by the masses as a form of corruption, but also an exposure that the structure of liberal democracy does not necessarily reflect the will of the people and is not a system that of true democratic structure. And so I think what we're seeing here is a watershed moment, not only in the sense that Palestine and the movement for Palestine is gaining significant traction, but it is a watershed moment in the sense that the masses of these countries, of the United States and Canada and of the world, are seeing the contradictions that exist in their society and are now being faced with a choice that can drive them towards a more revolutionary period.
Mohammed, I agree with Yara on that point. And all of the factors that she mentioned that are contributing to that. So it's not only the primacy of the Palestinian struggle at the moment and the centrality of the Palestinian struggle in the resurgence of a global progressive anti-imperialist movement, which I think is undoubtedly true. It's merging with people who are like identifying the problem not simply as Netanyahu or this or that politician, but looking at it from a systemic point of view or having a system kind of assessment. We sort of have entered a period where people are basically challenging everything and linking the issues together. And then there's the other factor of Joe Biden, a Democrat, is the president. I'm talking at least for inside the U.S. Joe Biden is the president. He's not a Republican. He's not Donald Trump. He's not
we got Brian and one guest are frozen this whole episode, and then one is not. I don't know. Not sure what's going on there. We got some technical glitches in the Breakthrough News news
Bush. He's a Democrat.
Production.
And he's the one. Team. He's the one who is embracing Netanyahu, personally embracing and personally attaching his administration to this campaign of genocide. And I mentioned and alluded historically to the Vietnam era. In 1968, young people were out chanting, "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" They were chanting against a liberal Democrat, somebody who had been a friend, so-called, of Martin Luther King Jr., not a right-winger. And so people's conclusions, the consciousness was formed that it's not simply a problem of this or that politician. It's not simply a mistake. The Vietnam War was
the video is not breaking
an example,
through.
A manifestation of the problem of a system, and the system had a name, and its name was capitalism or imperialism, and people drew anti-imperialist conclusions and formed an anti-imperialist movement. So in the Iraq War in 2003 and 4, we had hundreds of thousands of people out, and then everyone apparently seemed to think that if only Obama could be elected, if only a Democrat could replace Bush, then the issues of like the Iraq War would go away. And obviously that turned out to be not true. I think all of these combination of factors leads one to come to the conclusion, not that we've entered fully a new sort of radical revolutionary era, but we're approaching one. And you can sort of see all of the different necessary elements or characteristic features that would make that so. And again, I do also agree, and I think I want to, in addition to all of that, I want you to address the centrality of the Palestinian issue, because Palestine, in a way, is unlike any other anti-imperialist struggle. It's very similar in some ways, but it's got its own distinct history. I mean, if it wasn't for the resilient, steadfast struggle of Palestinian people the Palestinian question itself would have been liquidated, as other national questions
I think
have been
so too,
liquidated
Dr.
over
Maggot.
time. So this enduring, resilient, steadfast struggle never goes away. And it means that Palestine does assume this centrality in the global movement. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to actually address two separate things. I think first, like what you're describing as the growing consciousness around the understanding that this is a systemic issue that we're facing, that imperialism is a global system that actually results in the implementation of these different policies, the discourse that the mainstream media and the spokespeople of the Biden administration uses, and the further developments around the globe, that this is a system-wide issue. And I think basically
Liberals are
over the
usually
last
just
10 years,
conservatives that are in denial, or they have a family member who forces them to acknowledge some humans here and there. Yeah, and like I think a lot of the time with liberals, what you have them do is just wrapping their extremely conservative or reactionary beliefs with this kind of like progressive or liberal rhetoric about human rights or whatever it is, or freedom or democracy or what have you. But ultimately, in terms of the actual beliefs and like their views on power and who should have it and who shouldn't have it, remarkably similar, remarkably bipartisan. But they couch it in this kind of like progressive language. I think Obama was the master of that. Trudeau is actually very good at it as well. The wolf that you can see coming. That's right. The wolf you can see coming, exactly, with the conservatives. Yeah.
Obama's Obama administration, we've seen different moments where Yara described, where we've had watershed moments. I think domestically, what we've seen is the Black struggle, specifically around policing, around mass imprisonment, the George Floyd uprisings. Before that, the Ferguson uprisings, Trayvon Martin. These various issues also sharpen the contradictions between the Democratic-led government and
doesn't mean you trust the wolf.
Streets.
I mean, that's an important distinction that our MAGA communist or patriotic socialist or whatever they're calling themselves these days, they seem to forget that part of the lesson. They remember the part about liberals being wolves in sheep's clothing, but that doesn't mean that you go and team up with the wolf. That's not the lesson that you're supposed to take away from that. You know?
Right? And so people up until this moment were primed. And even during this period of time, since 2014, the Palestinian struggle and the support for Palestine in the US sort of intersected with this domestic struggle around policing, around mass incarceration. Why? Because of a variety of different reasons. First, the counterinsurgency strategies and tactics and tools used in Palestine being either brought here or exported from here to Palestine, whether it's the use of tear gas and various things. And you see it repeatedly mentioned online about the notion of tear gas use during the Ferguson moment, Palestinians advising people in the street.
Is this me?
The understanding of the role of the system in maintaining these policies. Another thing I want to mention is, and it's a growing movement in understanding on the relationship between the private and the public sector, between the tech industry and the Department of Defense, right? And I wanted to just take a moment to highlight this before I talk about why I think Palestine is so central beyond the domestic scene. Is what we have is, let's take, for example, Anthony Blinken, okay, who is the Secretary of State, who's, in my opinion, the one orchestrating this war and not Biden. He's the one who's touring the region. He's the one who's trying to draw concessions. He's the one who's most probably interfacing with the Israeli administration. He served on various Democratic administrations from Clinton to Obama in various capacities as a State Department official. He also founded, in his moment where he wasn't in office during the Trump administration, a consulting firm called West Exec. And he founded this along with a number of different former Obama officials, including Michelle Flournoy, who was the Undersecretary of Defensive Policy. And the whole entire goal of this consulting firm, right, that is supposed to be a revolving door for State Department officials moving into the private sector, is to essentially draw a direct bridge between the tech industry in Silicon Valley and the private sector more broadly, and the goals of U.S. imperialism globally, right? The quote-unquote Department of Defense. And so the idea here, and just to understand the people that they actually enlisted to do this work includes former retired senior officials such as the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, Daniel Shapiro, also the former CIA deputy director, David Cohen. All of these people went directly into this private industry. And one of the main projects that they actually sought to implement was something called Google Jigsaw. And what we saw is actually Google employees themselves revolt against this project because it was supposed to be the idea as how does Google further enter the business of war by supporting drone capacity, right? And there was over 700 academics signed a letter demanding that Google terminate its contract with the Department of Defense. There were a number of different employees that resigned. And so what we're seeing is then an increase of also consciousness within the labor sector, right? Within actual workers around the role of their own industries in the propagation of war globally. And even Jared Cohen, the founder of Jigsaw, in 2012, for example, he emailed then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton to pitch a jigsaw project in Syria specifically aimed at supporting the uprisings in Syria against the Syrian government. And what we understand, obviously, now after the fact, that this was a U.S.-backed war on Syria that included the reactionary regimes in the regions, among them Qatar, Saudi, the United Arab Emirates. And I just want to quote Jared Cohen. He says, our logic in pitching this to Hillary Clinton, our logic behind that is that while many people are tracking the atrocities, nobody is visually representing and mapping the defections, which we believe are important to encourage more to defect and give confidence to the opposition. So what we have here is these basically former officials entering the private sector and thinking about the best way for them to actually leverage private sector work, Silicon Valley, in support of the war efforts, the imperialist efforts across the globe. And this West's exec, which was founded by Blinken, has contracts and relationships with Blackstone, which was targeted by the Answer Coalition and shut it down in New York City, Bank of America, Facebook, McKinsey and Company. McKinsey, which produced Pete Buttigieg, the Department of Transportation, he was a consultant with them. Pharmaceutical companies, AT&T, the Royal Bank of Canada, all of these different industries bowing on how they best can support imperialism globally. So this is the sort of stuff that we need to build on, the links between these various industries and global imperialism. And then the agitation point becomes the employees of these industries, right? First of all, they're subject to, obviously, inflation that's not matching their wage increase, increasingly surveilled workplaces, right? We see this in Amazon and various other industries. And so it's sort of the intersection of labor, of imperialism, of tech industry, and of these issues. Now, to the last point, and I'll try to be brief here about the centrality of the Palestinian struggle and how it factors into this moment. I think Palestine is a struggle that is unco-optable by U.S. empire. And the reason is because of what Yara specifically stated, is that it's in direct confrontation with U.S. imperialism. Israel, more than ever, in my opinion, is extremely important for the U.S.'s ability to maintain empire and hegemony globally, especially with the need for them to redirect their energies against Russia and China. They need someone else to play the major role in the region that Israel plays for them. And so Palestinians, the resistance in Palestine is in direct confrontation with that, and has been so for the last 75 years, whether it's the US, the British, the West more broadly. And with a situation where you have sharpened contradictions, there's no walking away from occupation. You can't kind of turn off your TV as a Palestinian to the reality of exile, of siege, of imprisonment. You're a rebellious, revolutionary population. The objective conditions exist for it. And so naturally, the political ceiling for Palestinians is always going to be higher than anywhere else because the contradictions are much higher. So you don't have to convince a Palestinian to go out into the street and confront these repressive apparatus. You don't need to tell a Palestinian youth or child to pick up a stone and throw it against a tank or an Israeli raid. These things are intuitive. The question is, how do you make the political understanding more sophisticated in terms of the role of Palestine in imperialism? That's the role of people like us, the PYM, like this program, to really draw the connections with what I described around Blinken and the tech industry, and understanding the counter-insurgency strategies, the role of resources, the role of climate change and its ties to war.
Both of these guests are so great.
The deprivation of the American public, or the Western public more broadly, of their rights, of their access to healthcare, to education, and its connection to imperialist strategies globally. And there are links to, like you said, global capitalism at the end of the day. These companies aren't motivated by hate for Palestinians. They're motivated by how they can line the pockets of their stockholders and their CEOs. And that happens to be at the expense of Palestinians in the broader American public and the broader global South.
Yeah, very fascinating.
I have to just take another brief moment to talk. This post is insane. Number one, there's a lot of really cool, incredible videos of Palestinian prisoners being released and reunited with their families that we're going to look at in 1 minute. But we're just talking about the young generation, their radicalism, confronting these factories and industries that profit off Israeli genocide. We've talked about Kala Walsh, who's someone that I'm proud to have spoken with. She's a former guest of the show, engaged in this direct action at Elbit Systems, which makes weapons systems, drones, and other things that are used by Israel to wage war against the people of Gaza. Kala very bravely and correctly was engaged in this direct action at this factory, was arrested and kept for a couple days, and is actually I don't know how much of this I'm supposed to reveal because I've spoke to her a little about this, but is facing some serious legal repercussions for doing this direct action. And then you have absolute losers and dipshits like this guy, Daniel, Daily Liber, who says she tried to burn down a building with people inside and is shocked she's facing political repression from the state, aka charges, like any other criminal. Like we saw a number of those takes, like when Kala and her comrades were arrested for this direct action, saying like, at a time of rising anti-Semitism, framing direct action at this weapons manufacturer as being like the Kristallnacht, like Jewish businesses are being attacked. I saw someone else frame it as being, she tried to firebomb the Jews. Like that's how they described what Kala, which is like, seems to me like it would be defamatory. Like that's how absolutely outrageous that is. Firebomb. And then you have this person. She tried to burn down a building with people inside. That when people say that, just so people are aware, when people talk about this direct action and what Kala and her comrades were accused of and arrested for allegedly doing this direct action, was this. It's a single like flare or smoke bomb at the front of the building. That's what has been described in our press as firebombing the Jews. It's the word for word how it was described by somebody. I have the bookmark somewhere, but it would take me a minute to go find it. Or in this case, tried to burn down a building with people inside. Like this to me should be defamatory. Like this is like, that's slanderous. Like first of all, it's allegedly she's been accused of whatever. And then this person's just saying she tried to burn down a building with people inside. That's what they're referring to. Just so, and if you haven't seen this image, just so you're totally clear on that. When people talk about what Kala and her comrades did, it's this. It's a single smoke bomb. It's a single smoke bomb. And think about that whenever you hear anyone describing this as engaging in some kind of act of domestic terrorism or whatever against a small mom and pop Jewish small business, which is actually a gigantic weapons manufacturer that makes weapons, drones, and other technology which is used by Israel to persecute and commit genocide against Palestinian people. Like it's absolutely crazy, deranged, totally unhinged the way people talk about this. And I think it's really incredible some of the direct action we've been seeing targeting some of these companies. And I stand in full solidarity with Kala and anyone else who's engaging in these kind of activities right now, which are genuinely really important. They're putting their own, it's easy to talk, right? It's easy to sit in my chair here and talk about this stuff every day. The factory was in New Hampshire, Unomenos. It's easy to sit in your chair and talk about this stuff. It's easy to go to a protest. What's not easy to do is to go and actually show up and put your body and your own personal well-being on the line to go after these companies, whether it's this situation in Elbit Systems or dock workers preventing boats from leaving. Other Israeli arms manufacturers have been targeted. Like that is something that we should all be inspired by, I think. And it takes a lot of bravery and courage to put yourself on the line like that, not just to talk like I'm doing or going to a protest or whatever. They're facing some really serious, they're going to try and come down hard on this. They're facing some really serious legal repercussions for this, which motherfuckers like this guy, Daily Liber, Daniel, are talking about it like it's some kind of act of domestic terrorism or hate crime, or like a hate crime or whatever. It's absolutely despicable behavior from these people.
Being very, very important. Yara, in the 1968, 69, 69 and 1970, there was something called the Nixon Doctrine. Every president, has to have their own doctrine.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
in some ways
Strawberry
it's kind of
love.
meaningless. But the Nixon Doctrine was actually a thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the same playbook they did with the If Not Now action in front of the DNC. They held a peaceful vigil, were violently descended on by cops, and then immediately afterwards platforms the view that they were violent. Yeah, I mean, that's happened with it's a common strategy, right? Happened all throughout the George Floyd protests as well. When peaceful protests every single night would be turned into violent riots because it would become a cop riot. These heavily armed, adrenaline, testosterone-fueled, militarized police pigs would show up, beat the shit out of people, escalate these things into big violent riots, and then on the news, people would say, oh, look at the poor windows that are being smashed, and this narrative gets created about violent riots every single night. We watched all that footage. Though that was a police riot. That was an extended police riot. And it's the same kind of strategy, though, isn't it? Which is, again, it's really despicable when people participate in this.
And the doctrine was the Middle East is rising up. The Middle East is having revolutionary movements of all types. And the U.S. is, as I said earlier in the show, bogged down basically in Southeast Asia in a losing war against the Vietnamese people. So the U.S. needed proxy forces, the Nixon to manage the Middle East. So the Nixon doctrine was A, using Israel, and B, using Iran under the tutelage or the leadership of the Shah, who had been put on the throne by a CIA coup in 1953. So Iran and Israel were the partners for U.S. imperialism to manage that region in the 60s. But then there was a revolution in Iran, and Iran, in a way, turned into its opposite. Not
they still
fully
haven't forgiven the
politically, but in a
Iranians.
geostrategic sense. The ties with U.S. imperialism were severed. The U.S. broke relations. The U.S. could not use Iran as it had used it under the Shah. So the U.S. was left basically with Israel as a reliable partner. There were other reactionary regimes, of course, and we don't want to discount the importance of that. But my point is that you could have a revolution in these other countries. Like if there was a revolution in Iran,
Did China dodge
you could conceivably
this?
have a
Remains to be
revolution
seen.
in, say, Saudi Arabia. There won't be a revolution in Israel, in other words, internally, domestically from the Israeli population, because it's a small settler regime dependent on U.S. imperialism. So in that sense, it's stable. It's more stable as a projection of U.S. power. Its instability comes from the rising tide of revolution or challenge outside of the state of it, or outside of the Israeli population. Then you have, the Five Eyes. You have the UK, Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, the Anglophone imperialist countries. The Five Eyes are like the center of U.S. covert operations, but there's actually a sixth eye because Israel has been partly integrated, or maybe even fully integrated, into that covert system. So going back to Mohammed's point that U.S. imperialism, in a way, can't break from Israel, and at the same time, the big broadening struggle inside of the region of the Middle East, but now globally, makes the U.S. imperialism kind of stuck. I want to just talk about that. I mean, we're getting sort of towards the finish line, but I want to start to think about projections here. Like, where does this go? Obviously, there's a temporary pause in the fighting. We all hope that it's a more enduring ceasefire, but the struggle is not going to end no matter what. And when you look at the big picture and the trajectory, you can see that imperialism is sort of in a corner here. Yes, the U.S. and Israel can kill so many children, so many kids, and their moms, and their grandparents. Yes, they can do that. But they can't actually succeed in liquidating the Palestinian struggle, which, of course, was the point of normalizing the relations with the other Arab regimes. That's in the dust right now. I mean, when you think about the trajectory, I want you to just, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but just project where are we going? What does the next years look like?
I mean, I think there's a couple of things that are really critical here to also just emphasize before we try to make some predictions. I think on the one hand, the piece around proxies that you mentioned, Brian, is really important. What we saw inside the Middle East has been repeatedly, or we've been seeing repeatedly, as an attempt by the United States and its allies to create regimes that are going to work in service of imperialism in the region. And I think what's really important here is kind of thinking about the role of these states. Of course, we know UAE, which normalized ties with Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, in many ways, has been, we've seen over the last month major repression against Palestinian protesters there. But also, I think what's interesting, to tie this also to Muhammad's point about the Palestinian struggle not being co-optable, is that we saw an attempt by the United States to co-opt the Palestinian struggle in 1993 with the Oslo Accords. And it arguably, while it succeeded in setting up a Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which effectively serves as, in many ways, a proxy or a comprador, whatever you'd like to call it, engaged in security coordination with Israel, repressing the Palestinian revolution. To Muhammad's point,
The
it
scenes from
failed in the
Gaza are
sense that
just
the Palestinian
unbelievable. Look at
revolution
that.
persevered and rejected the path of Oslo, and refused to accept that Palestine would be, would agree to some kind of piecemeal agreement of land, refused to say we are going to stop engaging in armed revolution, and refused to really capitulate to U.S. imperialism's attempt to create some kind of security apparatus inside Palestine that would also work to sever and destroy the Palestinian revolution. And so really, what we know for certain then is that the Palestinian revolution is going to continue to carry forward, that there will be no cessation of the Palestinian struggle, that Palestinians are committed, as they have been for over 75 years, dating back to the 1920s, when Palestinians were engaged in armed struggle against the British at the time and Zionist settlers. And this is a struggle that is very clearly not going to turn around and capitulate. And we know that because the attempt in 1993 failed and the Palestinians carried forward with their struggle. So I think really what's left here is to think about, okay, well, if we know the Palestinians are not going to stop their struggle, we know that this is a nation of people who is committed to liberation, who is committed to anti-imperialism, who is committed to anti-colonialism, where does that leave the rest of the world? And I think something that we also know when it comes to the United States is that the United States will choose supporting fascism in the global South every single time.
Yes.
And so, Brian, you mentioned, for example, that the Israeli population is a more stable population in the sense that, in the United States calculation, it's not going to overnight become some sort of revolutionary agent. And I completely agree with this. I think in the case of the Israeli population, what we're seeing is a consistent move towards more overt and violent forms of fascism. And, we know that in the case of Israel, in the last, couple of weeks, I think what we saw was something like 3% of the Israeli population supported the ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire. And so we're seeing really a militarized society inside Israel that is, enlisting to join the army, forced conscription, but very small percentage of the Israeli population refuses to join the army. We're seeing a society that is chanting death to Arabs, marching through the streets, chanting death to Arabs, terrorizing the Palestinians who live inside 1948 land, so Palestinians who hold Israeli citizenship, that is emboldened by continued colonization in the West Bank. So we saw in 2021, in the case of Sheikh Jarrah, Israeli settlers, Zionist settlers, emboldened and entering the West Bank and really kind of hungry to colonize the West Bank. And in the case of Gaza, Israel has repeatedly attacked Gaza, engaged in brutal assaults against the Gaza Strip. And I believe it was in 2014 where the residents of one of the Israeli settlements around the Gaza buffer zones, their dots, where we saw the residents of the settlement take out picnic chairs and sit themselves up on a rooftop and eat popcorn to watch the bombs rain down on Gaza. So what we're seeing here is a population
Depraved.
that is moving each year and with each moment more towards a brute and overt sort of fascism. And we know.
And it's like, I remember, again, I talked about this the other day, but you saw images from Gaza of people from the Qassam brigades or whoever it was that had escaped from Gaza, gone into these settlements, taken hostages, done whatever, and they're coming back into Gaza, and they're getting cheered and applauded. And people are acting like that's somehow justification. Look at that. See, they all like it. They all like what Hamas did. They all like just indiscriminate mass murder and violence against innocent people, which is obviously, as we've talked about, not what that was. But it's not. Yeah, people are in a concentration camp for decades of their lives, dealing with this constant level of persecution, bombing, having their homes stolen, whatever. And yet they're celebrating when there's this unthinkably successful military operation, which is what happened. And it's not surprising, even if we might find some of the violence that happened really horrifying or distasteful, it's not surprising in any way that would be celebrated. But again, this is treated as, number one, like it's some excuse or justification to continue the bombing campaign and just to mass murder thousands of people. But then you look at situations like that, where you have Israelis in these settlements going and putting up lawn chairs like she's describing and clapping and cheering as they watch bombs being dropped on Gaza. And do they deserve to just be killed indiscriminately? Like this is the case, the total asymmetry in how these things get talked about. It's like, that's the thing that makes you feel insane, because it seems like people are just totally are not able to clue in on the cognitive dissonance that's at play there. You know, people in Gaza were celebrating, so they deserve it. So they're all Hamas. They're not civilians. All the doctors, all the nurses, all the teachers, all the builders, like whoever, the men, the women, the children, ambulance drivers, artists, poets, they're all Hamas. So they deserve it. They deserve what's coming to them. But then when it comes to Israel, do they all support the IDF? They all support the Israeli government. Even the people that are like the peace activists, you're still there, right? You're still paying taxes to the Israeli government. The huge polling numbers right now of people in Israel overwhelmingly support the current military action or want it to escalate, want even more. So do they just all deserve it then? Like, is that like according to the exact same logic where we point the finger at people in this desperate situation in Gaza who maybe celebrated who celebrate counterattacks against Israel and suggest that this collective punishment is totally necessary and totally justified because they cheer for it. And it's like, you can't make that same argument that Israeli citizens are not actually, should not be collectively punished in the same way, even though in terms of like the actual power dynamic and the overall body count, the Israeli government, the IDF and the Israeli citizens are not even close responsible for much, much, much more of it. So that's been the amazing thing about the last couple of weeks, just the complete open and like upfront discrepancy and disparity between how we talk about one side versus how we talk about the other, who has the license or the monopoly on committing violence, who's worthy of sympathy and who's not, who's worthy of collective punishment and who's not. And it's so just out there for everyone to see, you know, that I think I understand why so many people are cluing into on the reality of this and completely starting to jettison this entire narrative. It shouldn't be surprising because it's so obviously immoral and hypocritical and just grotesque.
What is for certain is that the United States war machine and the United States capitalist government will always choose fascism in the global south rather than aligning itself with any kind of revolutionary forces. And so really, I think what is left, the one thing that is left for us to predict is what will the American masses choose? What will the masses of the Western world choose? And how will the masses be able to organize, whether that be in places like Jordan, you know, and parts of the global south that are being where mass organizing is being repressed, or in the United States and Canada and Britain, where we're also seeing mass repression of revolutionary organizing? Will the masses be able to out-organize, and what kind of path will they be able to assert and lay down for this revolutionary moment? And I think that really is the piece that is going to be the most, that's the contested territory. That's the contested site, I think.
Sorry if I sent this twice. If I had a state power overseeing the amount of calories I consumed and restricting my movement and occasionally bombing my friends and family, I cannot tell you with any certainty that I would not pick up arms to fight back in any way I could, even if we're not a logical or effective tactic of resisting. You know what? I fucking hate that it was, of all people, Andrew Tate was the one on Piers Morgan to kind of go make that case. I don't know if you saw that clip. It's just like, what is the world coming to? And he's the one that's going on mainstream media and unapologetically making that case. And he was correct. And he's an absolute scumbag person, a absolute bottom of the scum, you know, just horrible person. And these are the people that are out there making this case and are correct in doing so. Is it that you need to be white to get to defend yourself? Yeah, ultimately that's what it is. Yeah. And also you see in that context the definition of who gets to be white shifts and changes depending on the context. Like Russia and Ukraine is a good example, right? Russia counts as being like the Asiatic hordes versus the pure race of the Ukrainians. You know, it's like who gets to be considered, who gets that veil, who gets that right of resistance, that noble right of armed resistance, and who doesn't.
Because we know the Palestinians will continue to struggle. We know that the United States capitalist leadership is going to continue to back Zionist Israeli fascism. And we know that the Israeli society will continue to move in the direction of Israeli fascism. And so the question is, what about the masses, the revolutionary masses in the United States and in the global South? And I think that this is really a moment where we're going to see the ability, I think, and the importance of these masses to continue to build. You know, this 4-day pause is not an excuse for us to stop building. It's not an excuse for us to stop shutting down industries, to stop confronting Zionism and U.S. imperialism in the places that we reside. It is actually more critical now than ever that we do not allow for this momentum to die.
Well said.
Yeah, I
well
agree.
Mohammed,
Separates the wheat from the chaff.
Basically at the finish line. I'm going to give you the last
Progressive
word,
except for
but
Palestine people.
I want to just frame it this way and pick up on what Yara is saying, that in a way it's what happens in the future is determined by what we in the big sense, we, the progressive movement, the working class movement, the anti-racist movement. In the case for our program, it's the socialist program. We're a socialist movement. What can we do? What will we do? Will we be able to help forge a kind of radical revolutionary movement for transformation here in the center of imperialism and in the other centers of imperialism? Joining with the people who are already at the barricade, so to speak, in Palestine and throughout the global South. And with that said, and going back to your point, the point that you made earlier, we're going through a generational shift, and it reveals itself in all kinds of ways. And of course, young people are the people who make change. They're the young people who have the energy, the leadership, the intelligence. And when one looks at history, you know, movements for social change are basically led by young people. We have a shift inside the orientation of many young Jewish Americans. Many young Jewish Americans don't want to be identified with fascism, don't want to be identified with extreme racism and apartheid, have broken free from the idea that they cannot criticize Israel or even criticize the notion of Zionism. And we can see this in the streets. Large numbers of Palestinian people, large numbers of young Jewish American people, large numbers of people who are neither Arab American or Jewish American also in the streets together. It's one of those sort of generational moments. And I think it's important for people when we're thinking about when and how do people join progressive movements, people who aren't yet in the movements. It's partly based on their consciousness, but their consciousness grows in some ways, after they're already in the movement. You're in struggle. Then you're looking for new ways to explain your own situation. Why am I at these demonstrations? Why am I being challenged by the police? Why am I risking expulsion from college? And you start to go through very sharp shifts in political consciousness. And the thing that makes a difference for people is whether they feel that they can make a difference. Does their activity, does their initiative, does their entrance into political life have hopefulness to it? Can it make a change? And once people think that what they do matters, they start to move. And that's the hopeful part, I would say, of what we've all witnessed in the last month in Canada, where Yara is, where in the United States, where I am. Huge shift in terms of political organizing. It is the hope. It is the place that we need to focus our attention, where we can build as best we can, again, inside the belly of the beast, so to speak, inside the center of imperialism. With that, Mohammed, I'm going to give you the last word.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think the role of our movements now is to take these people, the masses that have entered into the streets, and to actually bring them into organization, into actual organized structures that are capable of sustaining a vision, a strategy, the implementation of tactics, and to build on prior experience. And this is something that's true of every context, not just the American or Canadian or Western context. This is true of Palestine. And that's why we see, for example, the imprisonment of leadership, of cadre, as one of the most important tactics utilized by the Israeli regime in order to repress the Palestinian revolution. And I think we must understand that we can't be activists. We can't simply be people who post on social media. We must enter into movement, into implement tactics and build on those experiences to understand what works and what doesn't. And the only way to do that is to do it for a sustained period of time with comrades, with people in different contexts, from workplaces to campuses, to understand what is truly effective. Where is the genuine pulse of pressure that can be pressed in order to actually move our situation, to go beyond our context and our conditions. And so for me, in the PYM specifically, we understand the importance of organizing under a banner, under coalitions, under an organization or movement. PYM's goal is always to take Palestinian youth, Palestinian and Arab youth who have experiences on their campuses or and sometimes have no experiences whatsoever in terms of organizing, to bring them in, to give them the practical skills that they're able to then use to change their context, to understand their community's needs and aspirations, to understand the struggles of the people around them, the communities and movements for indigenous sovereignty in this country, for land back, for Black struggle against racial injustice, for the struggle of Latinos, of various other sectors within our society, the working class struggle, the labor struggle, to seeing those things as integral and interconnected in a way that's actually developing shared action and shared
intersectional
mission. And it's only through that we have a chance. You have to actually fight to win. The only thing guaranteed if you don't fight is that you are going to lose. And the only thing guaranteed if you try is that you can win. And so that's how we see it. That's what I believe the call to the people who are listening to this program or watching this program is, if you're not involved in organizations, whether they're solidarity formations for Palestine, whether they're community institutions, whether they're parties or coalition, is to join. Right. And if it doesn't work out for you, if it doesn't actually yield results that you want, or if it doesn't fit your actual needs or interests or aspirations, then join another one. Ultimately, you won't know what works for you or what actually can change the world around you unless you're actually enlisted in this work. And that requires you to have to develop experience over years, over decades. You know, people like me, Yara, people like you, Brian, we've been at it for years. And, you know, we recently put out a post to PYM and we actually drew on a quote by Vladimir Lenin, the revolutionary and one of the most successful revolutionaries in my estimation, where he stated there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happen. And you have to understand that unless there's the infrastructure and the organization capable of actually capitalizing on a moment, then you're not able to create those decades and weeks if you haven't built the experience to do so. And so with that, I'll leave your viewers with a call to action to join the activities on November 24th, the Shut It Down coalition, of which Answer, the PSL, PYM, and various other formations are a part of, the People's Forum. We're organizing days of action every week, and the one coming up on the 24th is to target commercial centers on Black Friday, a day where the capitalist system asks the populations of this country to consume even more with money they don't have, and with in order to incur debt that keeps them beneath the foot of the capitalist class in this country. And so join those actions, mobilize on your own, and if there aren't actions in your area, then you organize them. And only through a path of actual organized action and increased consciousness do we stand a chance against this beast.
Indeed. So that's Friday,
Awesome.
November 24th, day after so-called Thanksgiving. It's the biggest shopping day of the year. People should go to stores, retail outlets, raise this struggle of the Palestinian people, make it clear no business as usual as long as the U.S. is funding, financing, and arming the instrument and tools of genocide against the people of Palestine. I want to thank both of you, Yara and Mohammed, for joining the Socialist Program.
Thank you.
That was really great stuff. I'm going to link the video in the chat if you want to watch that. It's unfortunate for the technical glitches there, but there's a really fantastic conversation. I don't know. I gotta say, it's one thing. Like, I don't know. People are in different parties. People are different, have different opinions about this kind of thing. But to me, I obviously there's a lot to be cynical about socialist organizing in the United States, but it seems like there's at least the beginnings of something that I think it should be exciting when you have like this kind of coalition that Breakthrough News and Brian and the people they're connected to, like PSL, Answer, Code Pink, Palestinian Youth Movement. There is, I think, there's like an infrastructure there that's being built. There's a lot of energy. And I know a lot of people like complain, people bitch and complain and say, they talk about PSL, excuse me. They talk about PSL and try to like complain about the fact that they're responsible and they're deeply implicated in a lot of this organizing that's going on right now. But to me, it's exciting. You know, it's like it's there's a lot of energy. There's a kind of some real activity happening. If they can take that kind of coalition that's being built and tie it together with other sort of social justice struggles, tie it together with a climate movement is a big one. You know, if Greta can be brought into this camp, we might have a little something. You know, we might have a little something. I think when you take all these the energy that's being harnessed there, if they can combine that with more movements, bring more people into that movement, again, the climate, like the criminal justice, abolish the police, defund the police movement, whatever that looks like now. And even that they can make alliances with other groups, like the segments within DSA that are really strong on this, like International Committee faction in DSA. And DSA seems like as an organization, it's being brought more in that direction. So like there's a lot of groups and a lot of energy and a lot of people out there that this could be something, you know, it could turn into something. Don't get carried away or anything, but you know, there's a lot to feel cynical about, and that's something that I personally feel hopeful by. If people want to complain about the different parties or the individuals that are part of it, I mean, I don't think that's really productive or helpful, but I find that to be pretty exciting. I don't know what comparable we could talk about in Canada. I mean, there's Palestinian Youth Movement has been doing a lot of good stuff, but I don't think there's a lot of effort being made in Canada to take all those different social movements and organize it into like a movement for Marxism and socialism. You know, that's what I think needs to happen. There's a bit of that organization happening in the US, but it's not really happening. The indigenous justice movement as well will be essential in both Canada and the United States also. We do kind of need an actual national party. It seems that way. Yeah. It seems that way. Anyway, I think that's exciting. I got a few more things to look at. Just a couple of really incredible videos here before we sign off. Again, we've looked at so much horror over the last couple of weeks. It's been so relentless and so depressing, seeing the nonstop stream of horror coming from Gaza, the nonstop horror stories. I guess it's a good time, if we want to leave it today, looking at some incredible, turn that up. Looking at some really incredible and inspiring videos, which I think everyone will enjoy. Here's Ramallah, West Bank. The city's welcoming our captives released by the Israeli occupation forces tonight, after a prisoner exchange deal with the Palestinian factions in Gaza. Here's liberated Palestinian prisoner Nihaya Sawan is welcomed home by her family and loved ones after she's freed by the resistance in the exchange. Oh shit, this might get me. This may get me. Look at this. This is a kid. Like, this is a child. Think about all the rhetoric around the kidnap posters and the horrible Hamas kidnappings. Like, this is a child. This is a kid being reunited with his family. What did this kid do? Is this kid a terrorist? Amazing. And she says, yeah, she was 16 when they snatched her from me. She's 24 now. I couldn't watch her fall asleep for 8 long years. Tonight she's sleeping in my arms. She's still my little baby. Time stopped for me, the mother of Mara, who was released today in the hostage swap. She's 16. She was 16 years old. She's been in an Israeli prison for 8 fucking years. What did she do? What did 16-year-old Mara do to be locked up by Israel for 8 years? You know, these hostages in Gaza, it's been 45 days. This Palestinian man spent 11 years in solitary confinement. Here's some individual stories as well. Asel El-Titi was taken hostage when visiting her detained brother. An Israeli female soldier slapped her while searching her. They charged her with attempted stabbing attack for 15 years. She faced a harsh investigation and was in isolation for over a year. Her mother was also taken hostage to Ofra prison and was forbidden to see her. Mara Bakir was 16 years old when the IDF took her hostage as she was returning home from school. They shot her and hit her left arm with 14 bullets. Freed hostage Hanan Borgati says the doctors in Ofra prison would shout at ill hostages and accuse them of lying about their pain. The hostages had to drink water from the bathroom because the occupation would not give them any. Meals enough for 3 were given to 11 hostages. Horrific. Kusai Hani, 17 years old, a Palestinian child, was released today in the prisoner swap between the Palestinian resistance and Israel. Says that the Israelis told him that if he is received by anyone other than family members, they'll come and arrest him again. Palestinian ex-prisoner Amani Hussein from occupied Jerusalem hugs her mother upon her release after 8 years in Israeli dungeons. An Israeli woman who was released by the Palestinian resistance this evening waves her hand to greet Palestinians celebrating her prisoner swap deal in Khan Yunis. Minor Palestinian prisoners prostrate to thank Almighty Allah for being set free Israeli prisons as part of the prisoner exchange deal.
المجد ثمنه غالي هذا المجد ثمنه غالي هذا المجد ثمنه غالي الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
So yeah, I mean, we've been looking at a lot of really relentless images, horrifying violence, and some of the worst things that I've ever seen over the last couple of months, and it's not going to stop. Like, to be I don't want to, like, you know, go be too doom and gloom or whatever, but like, this is a couple of days of pause, and then the indications are now that Israel's going to totally resume their nonstop bombardment. So, but I mean, still, it's worth celebrating this and seeing these images of Palestinian prisoners being released. Again, we never talked about the people that are held hostage and are kidnapped even as children by on the part of Israel. It's never really mentioned. So I don't know. It's been really cool to see these clips of these prisoners being released. Oh, I think I better go, folks. Oh, you know what? Someone asked about my hand a few moments ago. I think it might have been Arnalda. This was like a couple minutes ago. I started getting off on that tangent there. And it's feeling better now. I actually meant to, yeah, that was like so long ago. But it is feeling a lot better. I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'm able to do this now. That's nice. A few days ago, I couldn't do this without being in like extreme pain. So, thank you for asking. It's ironic that I've been engineered by my entire life to feel sympathy for victims of the Holocaust. I'm sympathetic to those who underwent atrocities because of what they went through, not because of who they are. It's really sad that the militant and propaganda wings of the Israeli government don't understand that. It's not because of who you are, it's because of what you're currently going through that I feel sympathy or called to action. Well, I mean, Lodain, I mean, trying to sort of distort the memory of the Holocaust and weaponize that in order to kind of browbeat people into supporting apartheid has been the Israeli strategy now for a really long time. And I think that's the thing that's different about this moment is I think for like you and for me, and I think a lot of people, we're just like, we no longer find this like compelling. You can no longer weaponize the Holocaust to try and justify your own criminality, your own violence against civilians, your own genocide, your own ethnic cleansing, your own racism. Like, it just doesn't work anymore. And it's in fact a massive insult. It's spitting on the graves of people that did die in the Holocaust to weaponize their memories and weaponize that trauma in order to inflict this kind of brutal colonialist violence in the name of like more land and power for a certain class of people. I think there's nothing more disgusting and disrespectful to victims of the Holocaust than to take that pain and that trauma and to use it to justify the kind of barbarism and criminality that we've seen over the last couple of weeks and really over the last couple of decades in Israel. Sorry, there's one more thing. Someone shared this a little while ago. This is like something from a comedy show from the 80s, which I think is supposed to be pretty much like an exact example of how these conversations are still happening.
Tender, please. Your name, sir?
Yitzhak Shamir.
Your occupation?
The West Bank and Gaza.
And your specialist subject?
Human rights.
Mr. Shamir, you have 30 seconds starting from now. According to Amnesty International, which country has imprisoned more than 5,000 people without trial in the last 3 years?
South Africa?
No, Israel. Between 1987 and 1989, which country killed 540 unarmed demonstrators?
South Africa.
No, Israel. Which country has shot dead more than 110 children since 1987?
It's like 30, 35 years ago.
No, Israel. Which country produces the nicest oranges?
Ah, Israel.
No, South Africa.
It's a splitting image. It's some like comedy program from the 80s.
I was witness to the
But
first.
yeah, it's 35 years ago. And it hasn't changed. It's time to say goodbye, folks. It's time to say goodbye. Thanks so much, folks, for tuning into the stream today. I appreciate it so, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone who tunes into this program, to chat, to be a viewer, a listener, everyone who supports the show and the stream. Uh-oh. Almost caused a little echo there. I really appreciate it so much, folks. Seriously, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go rate another small-time streamer who I'm going to try and help lift up. I'm going to try and help lift up this little-known streamer. Because I'm very magnanimous like that. Is this new outro music? It's not new. I made this track a long time ago, but I don't use it very much. I think it's the saddest of the goodbye tracks. Always happy to see Rob support the little man. It's my pleasure. It's my privilege to be able to use my platform to uplift marginalized voices. And I'm happy to do it. Thanks again, folks. I will see you on, I think, Monday. Hopefully everything's going to be fine. There's stuff with my kids' school. The teachers might be staying on strike, which is going to make a lot of things are very complicated. Hopefully I'll be back Monday, but I'll be in touch. I'll talk to you folks soon. Goodbye. Thank you. Peace.